Smith returns to Washington after spending the first 4 seasons of his career with the franchise. Now back to Jonathan Jones. His injury, he sustained it during the Week 2 game against the Packers. He is out at least the next 4 games as a result as his move to the IR. Preston Smith should help offset the loss of the defensive end Dietrich Wise Jr., who was placed on the IR earlier this week after suffering a season-ending torn left quad in the Week 2 loss at Green Bay. More injury updates from other teams, though. The Minnesota Vikings, they've signed former Atlanta Falcons starting quarterback Desmond Ridder to their 53-man roster following the ankle injury to starter J.J. McCarthy. Ridder spent training camp with the Bengals. He played with them during the preseason, but Cincinnati decided to go elsewhere to address their own quarterback concerns. With Joe Burrow sidelined with a long-term toe injury, the Bengals have reportedly signed quarterbacks Mike White and Sean Clifford to their practice squad. And after images of Tom Brady sitting in the Raiders coach's booth went viral, the NFL put out a statement saying that Brady is well within his rights as part owner of the team to be there while also serving as a game broadcaster. And just so you know, the Raiders traveled to Washington to face the Commanders this week, who had Brady on their call in Week 1 for their home victory against the Giants. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We recite these hymns. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. Me and B-Mitch holding it down. Ashburn, VA. Commanders back on the practice field today, getting ready for the Las Vegas Raiders. For all the rest day truthers, Washington's got a big advantage this week. Keep that in mind later in the season when we scream about not having advantages. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening?
First day feels like fall. Like rainy, cold, like...
Yeah, it's coming. It's going to be gone after today, though.
Yeah, I guess it's weird because usually, like, rainstorms and everything come from the west and push east, and this one's coming from the ocean. Was this like a leftover tropical storm or something?
Don't have a clue.
Kind of gross out there, kind of muddy. We got my front yard aerated yesterday, because we sodded, and now we're just trying to keep it alive, and I have a feeling it'll all die because that's what happens in my yard.
Hey,
but
if you're going to be the one paying attention to it, it's going to die.
B, I'm not the one. I pay people.
Oh, you paying people?
Yeah.
If it dies then you know what? You don't pay them. I mean, just tell them that if that grass dies, the check doesn't come.
That's a good point. That's a good point. So my yard, because when you aerate, you get like the little
pellets.
the little pellets of earth. They're just everywhere, and the kids think they're really cool and fun, so there's just mud everywhere.
Oh, yeah. They're supposed to scrape that off, though.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We did have news this morning. You want the bad or the good first?
Whatever you got, give it.
Jonathan Jones to the IR. Cornerback they signed this offseason from the Patriots. Kind of had settled in as their fifth corner. It was, it's obviously Lattimore, Amos, Samerstill.
What was his injury?
Noah I. I'm trying to remember now. I want to say groin, or maybe hammy.
I saw somebody else on another team had a groin injury. They got to have surgery.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know the severity of the Jones injury. When we talked to DQ on Monday, everybody was really pretty focused on Jaden. And then talking Eckler, talking Wise, guys we knew were out for the year. But Jonathan Jones going to IR now. Certainly impacts the depth. It's also kind of interesting that with the Jones roster move, they didn't bring up another corner or anything. They went out and signed former Packers he was drafted by the Redskins. Redskins second-round pick Preston Smith way back in 2015. Preston is now, 32. He'll turn 33 in November. Preston was good here for a long time.
They had a good career in Green Bay, too, didn't he?
Yeah, signed with the Packers in 2019. I mean, this is a guy with 70.5 career sacks. In Washington, he had 24.5 career sacks. I asked DQ the other day about, you lose Dietrich Wise. He's a unique body type to be that big and play the edge. He was listed at 6'5", 280. Part of me wants to take the over on both of those. He was a big fella. Preston has the length, 6'5", listed at 265. Not the same type of player as Wise, but Smith is a veteran that can come in and help you on the edge. Last year, he was playing for the Packers, got traded, I believe, to the Steelers about midway through the season. You're not coming in and expecting Preston to maybe give you double-digit sacks. He's only done that once in his career, his first year in Green Bay. If you remember, I think it was Preston Smith and Zadarius Smith on those Packers teams that were pretty good. When he was here, it was Preston and Kerrigan that were pretty good together. Preston's a good player. He's a good guy. He's a locker room guy. I see this.
Kind of quiet.
Yeah, I see this as a fit. It strikes me as a depth move, but he is a edge with some real size to him. And with Wise gone, I don't know that they necessarily have that. Like, Jacob Martin's a guy you like. He's listed at 240. Now, obviously, Kinlaw has serious size, but he's more of an interior player. They list Jean-Baptiste at 6'4", 260. They also elevated Jalen Holmes, who has that size, 6'5", 283. Dorrance is a slim. I'm not trying to act like anybody's small when you're 6'4", 250, but Wise just had a size on a different level that I think they're trying to recreate with this Preston signing. What do you make of it?
Well, I think what it is right now, you don't want to have to teach somebody how to play the edge as far as being a run stopper and also a pass rusher. Young guys today that come into this league at a certain size, either they can stop the run or they can rush the passer. That's it. They can't do both. They probably can't do either one of them exceptionally well unless you're a rarity, okay? So you're bringing a guy like a Preston Smith who's done it for a while, who's been around, who has the experience. He can fit right in and hit the ground running. That's where this team is, where they don't have time to be teaching guys at this point. It's time for guys to come in already with some knowledge of how to play this game at this level.
Agreed. Rooster just tweeted me, nice side swipe. I don't even know what the hell that means. Do you?
I don't know.
Did I side swipe someone?
Don't know.
No, that's news to me, dog. So we've reached the...
You and Rooster got this weird relationship, man. I don't know. Y'all weird.
He's never invited me to sit in the hot tub with him like he has you.
And guess what? He just said that because you all were trying to push that. You know that's not going to happen.
He invites you to the hot tub.
But I promise you, if he invites you, you'll probably go.
B, I don't go anywhere. You think I'm driving to Rooster's house to sit in the hot tub?
Hey, you go places, you just leave early.
Listen, I don't think either of us are going to Rooster's house to sit in the hot tub, but maybe Jeff will.
If Rooster's not there, I'll go.
That's weirder. You're just going to go to Rooster's house empty and sit in the hot tub?
Yeah, go hang out, throw a party.
Jones to IR. Jaden truly day-to-day, as DQ put it. Eckler gone for the year.
Yep.
Wise gone for the year. Bates yesterday, we asked him, like, hey, Dan Quinn said you're a long shot for this week. What's it like trying to get ready for what might be a 2-week recovery? And John Bates was like, yeah, it's different. You got to really just focus on the rehab and the recovery right now. So that sure seems like Bates ain't playing this week. Noah Brown is in a similar boat. We're going to see these guys. We will get an injury report this afternoon, probably around 4 o'clock. I think there's going to be a whole bunch of DNPs on it, and that's coming off a long break with the mini bye from the Thursday game. It's a simple question, Brian, that I ask you. How banged up are the Commanders?
I mean, they're banged up right now, but the whole thing about it is this is like, I know when they judge the 53 or 70, whatever you want to call it these days, everybody has their opinions on what's going to happen. This is when you find out that they make the right decisions. Okay? Right now, did you keep the right guys? Did you keep the guys that could come in here if something happens? Hell, I mean, I know everyone looks at, oh, man, I can't believe the injuries. Injuries happen in football. Okay? Sometimes serious. Sometimes it may be to a real serious guy that you can't afford to lose in a sense. Or maybe somebody you feel okay, we can replace that guy quickly. But the games don't stop. So you right now we find out, did Adam and Dan make the right decisions? And the guys that they kept, as I stated yesterday, there are guys now that don't have a name who can build one and make one. There are guys who had names that, are not playing anymore. Are you going to show that, I'm just going to be a backup? Or are you going to show that, you know what, I'm waiting for my chance. I'm ready for my chance. This is when the great stories of football began to happen. So we're going to find out.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder from a straight offensive line standpoint, the D-line unequivocally took a big hit losing Wise, period, full stop. Offensive line, there should be trending the right way. Maybe you get Cosme back in 3-4 weeks. That is really helpful. Those guys all seem healthy. How are you feeling about Connerly going into this week?
Well, listen, bro. Connerly is going to have his struggles. Yes, the kid played well at points in preseason. I think he played well enough to be in the position he's in. He went against probably the best pass rusher, overall athlete on the edge in the NFL right now, last week.
Yeah.
And if you leave him out there by himself, what the hell you expect to happen over time? If you leave him out there by himself this week, over time, he'll get Crosby. Crosby will get him. But you got to help him out. You got to throw tricks at him. You have to help those young guys at this point. I'm not worried about it because sometimes the way you get better is by getting your ass kicked. Okay? If you just go out there and start beating everybody down, you get very complacent. But after you get whipped a few times, you say, okay, either you, like I say, you're going to poop or get on the pot, get off the pot. Okay? It's time for him to say, you know what, I'm going to step up, put on my big boy panties, and we got to go with this big boy draws. Okay? And we got to go for it. I am not one who sits here and worry about a guy at a certain level. If it's in you, you're going to only be beat so many times. Have anybody ever been through a situation where your big brother or your big cousin always pick on you, and then one day you say, "Cess is over," and you have to step back to him? I have 4 brothers, so I had to hit that moment a few times where you're not going to keep picking on me, dog. And when you get into the NFL, that's exactly what it's like. All of a sudden, bully keep hitting you, and you know what? You punch him right in his damn face. And that bully don't know how to react because he's never been hit before. So Connerly is going to have to be that guy who say enough is enough and get better. He has the athleticism. He has the footwork. Get out there and handle your business.
It's going to be a big week for Connerly, knowing Crosby's coming. They'll probably, if I'm in Vegas, they're going to line him up on Connerly way more than he's going to see Tunsil. You know who I sneaky think this could be a big week for? Is Colson Yankoff. Do you agree with me? I think, we've seen these guys now. Both were rookies last year. One was a high draft pick. One was an undrafted guy. But we've seen Yankoff and Sennett plenty at this point. Mm-hmm. Yankoff can block, man, and he's not scared to get really physical. Do you think Yank last week, and Bates went down pretty early in that game, Yankoff finished with only 5 offensive snaps. Do you feel like this could be a game where Yankoff really has to kind of get more done?
If Bates not playing, yes. I mean, over time we've seen Yankoff go out there, he can block, and he's shown he can be very effective in the passing game as well. When you don't have your best blocker, what do you do next? Go to your next best blocker. And you expect him to go out there and make it happen. He may not be what Bates is, but if he comes out there, he can give you a lot of what he is and consistently and don't make mistakes and give you great effort. That's all you need. Sometimes it's not pancaking the guy. It's just occupying him enough to get the guy through the hole. If he gets his arm in the hole, you know what? A running back should run through that. At this level, take an arm with you. So Coach Yankoff has shown he's capable of that. And now it comes down to what game plan are they going to put in this week to where these guys can go out there and play fast. The last thing you want is to put it so complicated that the guys can't play fast. You have them thinking too damn much.
So last week there were 139 offensive snaps. Connerly, Tunsil, Allegretti, Biotish, and Jaden played all 100% of the snaps. Coleman was at 92. Terry and Debo at about 83%, Ertz at 77, right? So those guys are going to be out there. Next up is Eckler. Austin Eckler played about 50% of snaps. Bill was at 27. Keep going down. McNichols was at 20. Eckler's gone. How do you reallocate those snaps? I think Bill and McNichols, DQ said it the other day, it's fairly obvious at this point, but they're going to have Chris Rodriguez active as well. How do you look at the running back position in the post-Eckler world?
I look at the fact that Bill was the guy that went in next. He's going to be your number one guy to go out there and start getting things. But I really believe that McNichols will be effective and be a guy who's they're going to use in the third down because he's shown he can block and he's shown he's effective out the backfield. Rodriguez may be the guy who comes in and spell Bill when it comes down to running. So McNichols yesterday, I did a little thing out here with the flag football. And
How was that?
It was cool. We had 2 games. It was inaugural games kicking off from Prince William County. Forgot all 4 of the schools. I
saw some of it on Instagram. It looked cool.
It was cool, though. It was real cool, and he was out there. We talked a little bit. But we were amazed by that. But you know what? Dude, he's been in the league 9 years. McNichols been in the league 9 years.
Yeah, he was on the Niners.
He understands how this league works. Last year, as soon as he went in the game against Tampa, what did he do? Make plays, right? Mm-hmm. He's effective. He can play. The problem with fans a lot of times in media, you haven't seen him do it consistently all the time. He gets that chance now. On third, why would you think they'll put him in on third down? Because he knows how to pass protect.
Didn't have his best effort against Green Bay, but most people did.
Nobody didn't have their best effort.
Right.
See, but that's the thing
last year McNichols was by far their best pass blocker.
But see, the thing of it, we talk. Everybody get paid in the NFL. So when a guy doesn't have a great day, cool. But he come back the next time. He's more on the positive side than he is on the negative side. So out of the running backs right now, I would say he's your best pass protector.
I think you'll see. To me, you got to get Bill more carries. 4 carries for that dude is not enough.
4 carries is not enough at all. But then again, you got to realize that game situation.
It was a 1-score game into the fourth quarter.
It doesn't make a difference about the 1-score game. It's the effectiveness and what you're getting from the game. It's the progress, the production that's happening. When he goes in the game, they knew he was running the ball. He's not a guy right now that goes into the game and they like, what is he going to do? Like an Eckler is. So when he went in the game, they knew he was running. And the effect of it wasn't great. Our D-line was losing in the trenches against our O-line was losing in the trenches against their D-line. So that's where it comes from. It's not just about the how many scores ahead you are. It's about what's happening when we're running these plays. Are we giving them a tip-off by having certain people in the game?
Is that dramatically different with Rodriguez now, though?
No, it's not. That's why I'm saying McNichols may get more play because of the fact he can do both of them equally. So if he can do both equally, he may get the most run.
It's going to be interesting to see, man. The Bates situation, the Brown situation even. If you look at Debo and Terry are going to be out there. Noah Brown played 43% of the snaps against Green Bay, and I feel like he got hurt. He came out third quarter?
Something like that.
So, Lane and Luke are going to have big opportunities there. Maybe Chris Moore as well.
Chris Moore may get more because, what he did – Chris Moore get more. What he did in preseason wasn't very, very effective, but he
big catch against the Giants.
He did, and I think now, and he has the experience also. But for all the people that's saying, what you got to give Luke, Luke got the opportunity right now to go out there and take some of that.
Yeah.
He will get a chance. Will he do something with it? The league is not about what people think you can do. It's about what the hell you prove you can do. He has opportunity now. We'll see.
One thing that isn't about what you think, instead it's what you know, is that working with Paul Henry and getting new windows and doors from Paul Henry's window installation will change your home. It did for me. It did for B. Working with Paul is really one of the best dudes I've ever worked with. He came to my house. actually told me to buy a less expensive product because he said I don't need the fully expensive one in different parts of my house. And then when it was actual construction day, they showed up early, got the job done ahead of pace. That does not happen, man. Working with Paul Henry is a giant difference maker. It has been for me, B, and I know it has been for you too.
It has been. I think I told you over and over again. Paul has done windows, done doors in my house, and
Pergolas.
He's the pergola. He's doing everything for me. But the thing I love about it, you just said it feel like a fall day. But you know what? I didn't have to worry about anything last night because the windows I have in my house, I don't have to worry about that little the cold air starting to come through. You know what? It got a little chilly last night. Boom! I hit the heat from Rude, and guess what? It stayed there. Stayed exactly where I wanted it to be because the windows were outstanding. Paul comes in, he does a great job. He gets the job done quick and fast, and they clean up, boom, and then they leave. You don't have to worry about them having to come back all the time because they do the job right the first time. Many people come in, they want to rush through it, they don't get it done. Paul does a great job. So reach out to Paul right now to get 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitch Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Melwood. The Commanders have placed Jonathan Jones on injured reserve due to a hamstring injury. Jones, who sustained the injury during the team's Week 2 game against the Packers, will miss at least the next 4 games as a result of the move. Jones saw time in the Commanders' first 2 games. He registered 2 combined tackles before the injury. And a bit more Commanders news this morning. After 6 seasons away, Preston Smith is returning to Washington. Smith was originally drafted by the franchise back in 2015 when he was the number 38 overall pick in the draft. In 4 seasons in Washington, he racked up 24.5 sacks before he signed with the Green Bay Packers. Smith turned in a solid performance in Green Bay, adding 44 more sacks over 6 seasons. He was then traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers last season, was released by the team in February, but he is back in the burgundy and gold. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Been a long time since I rock and roll. So I think, you've got a lot of moving parts this week with the injuries. Eckler-Wise are defined. Jonathan Jones is now defined. He's on IR. We don't know if that's short-term or what. Could be back in as soon as 4 games. Could miss the whole damn year. DQ will probably give us some level of an update today. I did find this interesting, Brian. I pulled this up. Against the Packers, Jones played 22 defensive snaps, 16% of the snaps. Noah I only played 5 defensive snaps, less than 4% of the defensive snaps. And then if you extrapolate that out to special teams, Jones was on the field for 42% of special teams plays. Noah I only half of that at 21. So clearly it's an opportunity for Noah I to get back where he was.
Well, Jones was obviously not the 5th. He was the 4th corner.
Yeah, at least last week. And maybe Noah I was banged up. Like there's so many moving parts that could be happening during these things. I tweeted out just a bunch of the snap count numbers and how they're going to have to change. And it is interesting for all the conversations surrounding Luke McCaffrey and Ben Sennett in the preseason training camp when people are like, oh, man, they got to show something. You've said it repeatedly, like eventually opportunity is when you have to show something.
Yeah.
This would be a hell of a week for Sennett and McCaffrey to show up.
Yeah, true. I mean, listen, or somebody else.
That's right.
Listen, just because you like somebody don't mean that they're going to get the chance and they're going to be ready when the opportunity presents itself. It may be an opportunity for Jalen Lane to show up. Maybe an opportunity for Yankoff to show up. But the guy that goes in and does something positive is going to be the one the coach keeps leaning on. Not going to lean on somebody if they don't go get it done. So, listen, I learned over my years of playing football where it's not about how we treat football today. How we treat sports today. Everybody get a trophy. No. At this level, you produce or you don't. So, yeah, a lot of people like those 2 guys because they were drafted or whatever. I don't care where you were picked to get on the team. The thing I care about, you made the team. Once you make the team, then you go play and help the team win. Like, I've seen guys not drafted go out there and play better than the guy that was drafted in the 1st and 2nd round. I've seen guys get drafted later in the rounds and come out and be better than the 2nd and 3rd rounder. You know what I mean? So my thing is, I don't care how you got here. I care what you do when you get here. And I think coaches think like that too. They might draft a guy, but if that guy's not producing, they'll find a way to get somebody else in there.
Well, I think it'll be really interesting. I do think Chris Moore's snaps will jump just because he's kind of a true outside wide receiver. And I think Luke and Lane are both not exactly true outside guys. And what we saw a ton of in the Green Bay game was Noah Brown lined up opposite like a Terry Debo on the opposite side of the field. And it's going to be interesting to see how they deploy that. With Sennett's a tough kid and is not scared to mix it up as a blocker. But I think Yankoff helps you a lot, too. I think they're going to run a lot of two tight end stuff. So those guys are going to get real opportunities this week. They brought Cager back. They had the little punter scare, and they brought Cager back. He's on the practice squad. I wouldn't expect him to get active this week. Just looking at this thing, it's people want to say abolish Thursday Night Football. Like, everybody plays on it. Do you think the injuries are a factor of Thursday night or just a factor of?
It's a factor of the NFL, but the Thursday night probably
enhances it.
Yeah. You play on Sunday, and then you're right back Thursday. I mean, 4 days later, 4 days later, you're in action. Not practicing, going through the motions. Right. You are full speed in action. And a lot of people, what happens in this game of football, your body gets accustomed to what happens on a regular basis.
Right.
So every 7 days, your body is ready to go. Then all of a sudden, you're throwing the game here. Oh, no, it's 4 days? Then another game comes when you got on a Saturday night, 6 days. But looking at the Raiders, they played on the Monday night, then boom, they playing again on a Sunday. Those different things happen up, and you may not have that full amount of allotment of time that you normally get to where you need to be. So if a guy was nursing something coming from that game before, and he deal with it 4 days later, bam.
I feel like I haven't delivered a lot of good injury news, so maybe this is some. I don't know, but maybe. If you stayed up for that Monday night game, Chargers-Raiders Monday night, you saw Khalil Mack. You went to bed, right?
I saw it when he was running off the field, like his arm got caught in between.
I thought it was a broken wrist.
It looked like it was broken.
It was his elbow.
Extended, hyperextended?
Yeah, the report is a dislocated elbow.
No, that hurts like hell. Ask Leslie Shepard.
But what I thought, shout out to Shep.
Shep had a dislocated elbow with a broken wrist in the same play.
Damn, rock bottom. So Khalil Mack had an impact in that game. I think he had a sack on Geno early. So he runs off the field, elbow's clearly hurt. What I thought was so bizarre, they had the cart waiting for him. But rather than, the cart has like that flatbed where the players usually like sit down and kind of, especially when it's your leg, you got to stretch it out or whatever. But Khalil Mack got in the front seat and like sat shotgun and like closed the door. And he's such a big guy. And then he's got football pads on. And it looked like he could barely fit in the little golf cart.
Cops.
It was funny, dude. But I just saw this from Rap Sheet. Chargers legend Khalil Mack, who left Monday's win over the Raiders with a dislocated elbow, is expected to be back in a few weeks, per me and Mike Garafolo. It's not a season-ending injury. Good news for the Chargers, as Mack does look like his usual productive self for this defense. They play the Chargers in 3 weeks. It's home against the Raiders, at Atlanta, at L.A. I think a few weeks that's not season-ending, we probably don't see Khalil Mack at SoFi Stadium. How do you read that? A few weeks could be 2.
But, Jay, who cares?
I was trying to deliver some good news,
That's
B.
3 weeks from now.
It's raining.
Dog. We got to focus on what we have coming in here, the Raiders.
Sure.
We got to have that mindset just like the team. Only thing we care about right now is beating the damn Raiders. We'll get to that when we get to it. Start looking too far ahead, you start losing what's right in front of you.
Sure. I'm not saying they should be worried about that, but I'm not playing Sunday. I'm allowed to look at lots of things.
I don't care about it until it comes.
Something to keep in mind for down the road. Does it feel like they need to show up, show out this weekend and just...
They need to win the game. I mean, that's the main thing, going out and trying to win the game. I don't care how they get it. If they win by 1 point, I'm cool with it. I am not one who care about how many points you win by. At the end of the year, they don't say, okay, well, we're gonna put you in a different category because you won by more points than the other team. No, I don't care about that.
Don't you want to see the offense start to work?
I want to see the offense click.
Yeah.
I want to see it work a little better. But it's like, I said this after people derive stuff in their head. And then they make their game plan. And then they keep trying to make that happen. What you got to do is look at what you have and then start to incorporate it based off of what they can do. Remember last year we were at probably the same position. We were saying they got to get Terry involved. Terry's not involved. And many people said they would just line them up on one side. They wasn't doing anything with them. All of a sudden, they changed that up. And he got a lot more production out of him, didn't he? So maybe they got to change up a little bit other than what they thought could happen just because of what they saw. They saw the ingredients. They said, oh, we could do this. Well, maybe that's not going to work for you. Maybe you got to adjust it a little bit more to begin to get more out of more people, and then good things will happen for you.
Big game coming up Sunday. You'd like the offense to start working. A big part of that is what's happening with Jaden. We are scheduled to hear from Jaden this afternoon. I can only imagine how dismissive Jaden is going to be when asked about his injury. I would not expect a forthcoming Jaden Daniels. I imagine he is super pissed about the injury situation, and the questions won't be greeted with a ton of responses. Mm-hmm. The other thing we got going on, the D.C. Council is scheduled to vote today on the final approval for RFK Stadium. Left hand up on this. I feel like I took civics in school growing up. I understand, a bill goes to Capitol Hill. I like to think I understand how the parliamentary procedure works in government. Mm-hmm. I have no idea why they have to vote on it twice. Like that doesn't.
Is this twice or is this like the third time?
They
voted twice last time.
For anything to pass in the District of Columbia, it gets voted on and then voted on again.
Well, I know last time they had a vote one day, then they came back and had another vote 2 or 3 days later. So that's already 2 votes.
So they're back, baby. They're back. And
that's stupidly.
Politicians are politicking. You get a deal to the finish line, and then people start asking for more stuff. I talked to Mark Seagraves earlier in the week, who's been just all over this story, and he told me, when the heck did I see Seagraves? Either Monday or last Friday. He's like, oh, yeah, expect some last-minute stuff, but I do think this is going to go through. We're hoping to hear from Seagraves at some point today. He's down at City Hall covering this thing. We'll talk a little bit about what we're hearing on the RFK Stadium vote. What is obvious, I tweeted the photo out yesterday. If anybody's driven by RFK, they're tearing that thing down.
Oh, it's coming
down. They're preparing for 2030 down football
You can
games.
start seeing through it now. It looks like the old Roman Coliseum
now. It does. Neil Greenberg will join the program at 11. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. I believe they call it the Wilson Building, right? That's like the D.C. City Hall down there, kind of by the White House, right there next to like the old post office. The Wilson Building probably popping today. Mm-hmm. I wonder if like Mark Klaus is there, Commanders team president. Regardless, I'm sure there are some Commanders officials paying attention over there.
Oh, very much so.
As what should be the final vote.
We hope.
Certainly, we hope. Reached out to Mark Seagraves, who's been all over the story all along, and he's going to try to see when he can maybe join us. I just saw this from Tom Shad. This is from the Washington Post, right? And the Post delivers all the news by the book. Tom Shad tweeted out, while all eyes will be on Jaden Daniels' knee, it's also a big day in stadium news. The D.C. Council, listen to this language, Brian, is expected to approve the RFK deal this afternoon. And there's a reporter from the Post on the scene, Jenny Gathright.
Okay.
Now, the D.C. government is dealing with a lot right now. Like, everything going on with the federal government exerting control or pressure or whatever you want to call it.
Still got to do everyday work, though.
Right. Like, you still have to keep it moving here.
Yeah.
But the other part of all this is you still have to, once D.C. passes their budget, and right now the budget has the money for RFK Stadium, still has to go through Congress. And 99 times out of 100, Congress just passes it, doesn't even blink. Could this be the 1 out of 100? Brian, frankly, I don't really know what to expect from our federal government these days. I do know that you and I said this repeatedly. When the Senate approved the land transfer to Washington, and the first bullet point said build a stadium.
Yep. You might want to build a stadium.
Well, I had a feeling if they really tried to not build a stadium, that wouldn't have gotten approved.
Yeah.
But whatever. I think there will be what does the big bad wolf do? Huff and puff and blow your house down? Mm-hmm. I think there's going to be plenty of huffing and puffing.
Yeah.
But I think at the end, this is the finish line.
Yeah.
Eric Flack from WUSA reported this morning that members of the D.C. Council are now making last-second demands for 11th-hour amendments to previously agreed-upon framework. Chairman Mendelson wants a $10 million a year penalty if the team does not meet the housing timeline. So, we all think of building a stadium. They're building a whole bunch of stuff down there.
Let me ask you one question. Is the team supposed to build the housing, or other people coming in supposed to build the housing? Because if I'm supposed to be building a stadium that's going to be the centerpiece of all this, I'm not allowing you to put a $10 million hold on me when somebody else could be holding it up. You get what I'm saying? So, I mean, that's some obnoxious BS is what it is, man.
Tailgate Ted, we got boots on the ground, B. Tailgate Ted just tweeted me, I'm down here at the Wilson Building right now. There's a buzz, but it's not busy yet. One thing I know the D.C. Council does, which I think is just patently absurd, they'll schedule something, B. Like, you think I'm late? These people are late. Well, they'll schedule something for 11 a.m. and start at 1 p.m.
Yeah, they do it purposely. That's like, they want to seem more important. So if they say fashionably late, yeah, they should be able to start it without you and fine you for being late.
I mean, you think they're going to pass a bill to fine themselves?
Hey, man.
It's like term limits. All these politicians love talking about term limits, and then when they become politicians, they're like, yeah, we're not voting for that. That means we're out of a job.
Yeah. Some of them should be out of a job because they're horrible at their damn jobs.
I am going to choose optimism, Brian. I think this gets done. I think there'll be a lot of huffing and puffing, and this gets done. It's what I've thought all along. You got heavy hitters on the team side getting this thing done.
Yeah.
You know what else you got? A lot of money on the table to get this thing done.
Yeah.
What generally talks in our universe?
Money.
Money.
And what walks?
Huffing and puffing.
Yep.
I think this gets done. I think there's going to be a lot. Like, if you're looking to get your tweets off, there will be tweets this afternoon because some of these council members will say some stuff. But in the end, getting this thing done is what matters. I think it gets done. I honestly think you're having football games in there in 2030, and you're hosting maybe even the final of the Women's World Cup in 2031.
I'll take it.
I think it'd be sick.
And all the people that was huffing and puffing today, don't go running out there talking about what you always wanted. Somebody might stiff arm you, run through you.
So I'm reading now from WTOP, and Chairman Mendelson said on yesterday, I'm expecting that there will again be a clear majority in support at second reading. Like, dog, if
you're expecting that, then why are you trying to make it more of a mess then with this demand now? Some people just can't help it. They can't help themselves, man. Some people just like ignorance.
Yeah, dude. There's people fighting about trees now.
What, they want trees to be replanted? That's what you're saying?
I don't know, B. Speaking near the RFK Stadium site in the median area of East Capitol Street.
You know what you do when you build a new building? You do new landscaping. Add some trees. Add trees and vegetation all around it. Hook it up.
Nina Albert, D.C. Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, said many of those trees will remain. We're standing in the festival grounds, and we're surrounded by, I think, 20 heritage trees. This represents the vast majority of the heritage trees, and I believe we'll all work very hard to preserve them. That said, there are some trees that will need to be relocated or taken down to make way for this project.
Yes.
Shout out to the heritage trees. I love trees. I love nature. $3 billion is on the table. And you know what you're going to have over in that little corner of the city all of a sudden?
Money.
Grocery stores, jobs, access.
Now, those things have to happen. I think those things there, you need to. If you say you're trying to revitalize it, you need to make sure you bring those things in that area. So I can understand if they were fighting for that. But don't start trying to tell me so much about no trees right now. You can move the trees up. You can move them. I mean, it's certain things just get on my damn nerves. I'm serious. You're talking about a city that needs to have more income. And I think all this stuff could bring. You're talking about more jobs. I think building the stadium there would bring more jobs, right? And now you're going to start making everything about a tree?
Yeah.
So I would go a little farther, but I don't want to get in trouble with
Well, did you see Landfill's text?
No.
Landfill made his feelings quite clear. Landfill, how do you feel? What would you say if the trees hold up the stadium project?
We got to call that Auburn fan or whatever. No, that Alabama fan who went down there and poisoned them trees. They're trees. Just replant other trees in a different location, somewhat nearby.
They can move those trees to
this shouldn't be
area,
hard.
But they shouldn't try to make – the thing of it is this, bro. This is a difficult situation in its own, okay? Anytime you're building something that's of this magnitude, it's going to be difficult. And we know how when you get zoning and all that different stuff, getting permits and stuff. Don't make it more difficult than what it is. And that seems to be something trying to make it more difficult.
Landfill, the critics would say that you hate trees. Is that accurate?
Find a piece of land. You want to plant an apple tree, oak tree, pine tree, sequoia tree. I don't care.
Peach tree?
Peach tree, teak tree, doesn't matter. Plant some trees, get it done. Just build the stadium. Put all the trees around the stadium. You can go out to Fairfax County. They got all kinds of trees. Just grab a tree from there, and you can relocate it. You can have a tree from Maryland, from D.C., and Virginia. Then you go, boom, we got all the trees. And
call it the DMV zone.
You know what they do for the Christmas trees, because we always take the kids, they have a Christmas tree from every state and territory in our union.
There you go.
Maybe they do that. Plant a tree from everywhere. Arkansas, Alaska, Arizona.
Get one from every county in the
Nation Stadium
in the area.
I'm in. Do you think is the official tree of Arizona a cactus?
I don't think a cactus is a tree, bro.
Do states have official trees?
I think
Some of
Virginia's
them do,
is the
I'm sure.
dogwood tree.
Really? Maryland official the official tree of Maryland might just be weed. It is the white oak.
Why don't is Louisiana something like the magnolia?
I will tell you in a minute. The bald cypress,
Is it Louisiana?
according to
The bald cypress?
that should be your favorite tree, B. The bald
Virginia's
cypress.
favorite tree is the flowering dogwood, and West Virginia's is the sugar maple.
Love a good sugar maple. All right, that was Tree Talk. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key. They are your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Los Angeles Chargers pass rusher Khalil Mack is expected to be back this season after sustaining an elbow injury during the team's Week 2 game against the Raiders. The injury looked really rough at the time, but it will not knock him out for the entire season. That is per a report this morning from Ian Rappaport. Moving over to the Commanders, Preston Smith is signing with the team. Smith played for Washington from 2015 to 2018 after being drafted by the franchise in the second round of the 2015 NFL Draft. The veteran pass rusher spent the 2024 season in Green Bay and Pittsburgh, where he totaled just 4.5 sacks. Over his 10-year career, though, Smith has tallied 70.5 sacks in 163 games played. 138 of those were starts. Smith will replace the injured Dietrich Wise Jr. in the pass rush rotation and join fellow veteran Von Miller in Washington's front seven. And more Commanders news, cornerback Jonathan Jones has been placed on the injured reserve. Jones injured his hamstring in last Thursday's loss to the Packers and will be out for a minimum of 4 games as a result of the move. Jones signed with the Commanders back in March after spending his first 9 seasons with the Patriots. He had 1 tackle and played in 22 defensive snaps, 21 special team snaps over the first 2 weeks of the season. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right. When you hear Ozzy, you hear Iron Man, it means we're about to talk to Neil Greenberg via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most dependable HVAC equipment in the DMV. Now, if you missed any of our Tree Talk segment, it was brand new. We had never rolled out a Tree Talk segment. Get on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, Spotify, wherever you need to go to hear me, Brian, and Lampville discuss the bald
Tree
cypress. Hashtag Tree Talk. Greenberg, we're not going to bother you with trees. Although, if you have a favorite tree, feel free to share that with us.
I think just a maple tree because of the leaves, right?
Sure. Your little
I don't know if they're heritage trees.
There you
I
go.
guess they could be heritage. I guess they could be heritage trees.
I don't know either. What I know is $4 billion stadium projects greater than trees. Let's get to football, dude. Obviously, a rough game for Washington in Green Bay. In the moment, feels like the sky is falling. After a long weekend of watching all these other teams, you start to wonder, man, maybe Green Bay is just awesome.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly looked the part. They were probably one of the top NFC teams coming into the regular season, and then they get Micah Parsons, and that kind of turbocharges them a little bit. Jordan Love has been playing really well. And you also, I tell you, I think the coaching has really helped the rookies there as well. I think Green Bay has the whole package right now: offense, defense, coaching, etc. I don't know if I'm ready to put them as the best team in the NFC, but they haven't done anything this year to even give them a whiff of like pretender status. I mean, they seem to be legit.
I agree with that. What did you make of Washington's performance out there then?
It was ugly. It was just absolutely ugly. I mean, it's hard to find any sort of silver lining there, and the injuries just compound the whole thing. They didn't look ready to play. They didn't look like they were able to get into any rhythm. They looked completely overmatched. And if we were looking for that was kind of like the touchstone game. They didn't have to win that game, I don't think, in order to be still considered to be like a legit contender. But just the way they came out so flat, and then, as I said, the injuries, who knows, Jaden Daniels' status, etc. It's tough to be optimistic about them in the short term. Now, this whole thing could turn around, of course, but that was a tough loss for them. I think it set them back in terms of where they lie in the overall NFL landscape.
Last question about a game that's almost a week old, because I don't necessarily disagree with you. The eye test in this game was never close, but it was 17-10 in the fourth quarter. Like, it was a one-score game in the fourth quarter. How do you reconcile the eye test of this game being pretty ugly with Washington really did hang around for most of this thing?
Yeah, I mean, they did, but they only had 3 points through the first 3 quarters, right? I mean,
they missed a bunch of field goals, but yeah.
It was 17-3, heading into the fourth quarter. So,
for sure,
that to me is like where the reconciliation. I mean, the game wasn't over at that point, but you can probably think that Green Bay kind of went into lead protection mode more than anything. There were some bright spots for sure. It's nice to see Deebo Samuel continue to make stuff happen. But they just never seemed to be in it in this game. And fourth quarter, 15 points is good, but it's a little bit hollow when they were already down 17-3 at that point.
I'm with you there. We're talking.
They lost in the trenches, and we thought that they had improved in the trenches when they beat the Giants. What are your thoughts on that right now? Was it just they ran into a buzzsaw, or is this team still capable?
Well, they ran into Micah Parsons, right? I mean, like that's
a buzzsaw.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the game would have looked like if Parsons is not in a Green Bay uniform. But yeah, it's tough it's going to be tough for Jaden. You want Jaden to run because the offense wants him to run, not because he has to run because he's got to get rid of pressure and stuff. So look, it's one game. I mean, the injuries are going to complicate the matter a little bit. But Washington has a really good chance to come out this week against the Raiders and kind of get things back on track. Their schedule from this point isn't too daunting. Atlanta, Chargers, Chicago, Dallas. Who knows what Kansas City is going to look like by the time they face them on the road in Week 8. But, the NFL is very much a one game at a time. The Raiders are the ones that are up next. You have to take care of business against the Raiders. Otherwise, things are going to start to fall apart pretty quickly.
Yeah. I don't know that I call this breaking news, but it is worth pointing out. The Commanders have just announced that Marcus Mariota will be speaking to the media this afternoon and not Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Typically the starting quarterback talks on Wednesday. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here from the Washington Post. You can check out all his work at WashingtonPost.com. You can give Neil a follow at ngreenberg. Joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Greenberg, what do you make of the Jaden situation, dealing with this knee sprain?
I think last year complicated the matter. I think if they don't make the NFC Championship game, they're a lot. They take it a lot slower. They protect the asset a lot differently. I think because they flash forward so quickly last year that you almost want to keep that momentum going. But I truly believe you have to think long term here. If he's not ready to go, he should not go. You brought Marcus Mariota in because he's a mobile quarterback as well and can do some of the things that Jaden did. His ceiling obviously is not as high as Jaden Daniels' ceiling is, but he can still run the offense in a similar way. So if he's not ready, then I think you have to box him up, protect him from himself a little bit, and just wait. I mean, you're not gonna lose a playoff chance this early if you beat the Raiders. Like if you lose to the Raiders and the Falcons and starts to snowball. But I think they need to not forget what happened last year, but look long term and think, okay, we want to be competitive for the next couple of years. We don't want to risk this asset that we have. I think you gotta hold them back a little bit.
But what if he is ready? What are your thoughts
Well,
on
then he
people that
goes.
say don't play him no matter what?
No, then he go. I mean, look, if he's ready, he's ready. You know, it's the NFL, so we really don't know. We don't know who's really ready and who's 80% versus 10%. But if he's ready to go, by all means, you know, put about. Look, he's not a wallflower. He's gonna go out there. He's gonna get hit because he runs the ball. Like you can't have a dual quarterback and say, well, we don't want him to get hit. Like that's just not how the game's played. You're going to get tackled if you're running with the football. So, you know, you can't avoid injuries. And if you're worried about him getting injured, well, then you'd never put him under center. So if he's truly able to go, by all means, put him out there. If it's a borderline situation, I think that you have to protect them.
Yeah, I would say there was significant line movement last night from Vegas. The Commanders were 6.5-point favorites. That's now down to 3.5.
Wow.
And then Marcus Mariota now speaking to the media today instead of Jaden. If you're looking for messages, I think it's pretty easy to see what's happening here. I doubt Dan Quinn would actually make that official today, but maybe it's easier to just be like, yo, we're going with Marcus this week. We don't need a zillion questions about Jaden this week. Mm-hmm. I don't expect that. We'll hear from DQ in about an hour. But obviously a lot of moving parts. I think you're right, Greenberg. This is the time for them to chop some wood as far as the schedule goes. I think the Chargers are pretty damn good, but Raiders, Atlanta, Bears at home, at Dallas, at KC, like I think there's going to be a lot of games where they've got a very good chance to win, and maybe that's every damn game, but you would like to see them. How much do you need to see? So we haven't asked you this. You always do your own power rankings, and we always applaud you for that. I'm guessing you dropped Washington. You had them, I believe, 7th. I'm guessing. You had them 6th, Neil?
Yes, last week.
Yeah.
All right, let's guess where Neil has the Commanders now be. I'm going to say 13th.
12th.
What do you got, Greenberg?
12, the dozen.
Damn! He's good.
12.
Okay, explain, please.
Neil and I talk all the time.
Yeah, you guys texted before this?
Yeah.
I wish. That would be a highlight of mine. I have them grouped with San Francisco, Tampa Bay, and Cincinnati, kind of like teams that are in the hunt for the playoff spots. Look, the injuries are going to be, how they mitigate these injuries is going to be a big factor in how they're perceived going forward. But I still think they're an above-average team. I still think they're a playoff team. And I think that they can change their fortunes very quickly over the next week or two. Because these are games that they can beat the Raiders without Jaden Daniels. I think that they might even be able to be okay against the Falcons without Jaden Daniels. But then, like you said, the Chargers are good. They absolutely need Jaden Daniels after the bye week because that schedule starts to get brutal pretty quickly. So, yeah, I think that you never want to see anybody get injured, but if there's a silver lining, you'd much rather it happen against a team like the Raiders than a team like, Philadelphia, where you're still trying to find your way into the playoffs.
Yeah. What do you think the Eckler injury does?
Well, someone's got to step up. I mean, it opens up. I mean, he was being used. He was playing. He was, getting meaningful reps and meaningful targets. And I got to say, Mitch, I don't know how you're feeling, but maybe you let them know that you're feeling a little spry and you want to suit up for a little bit. They can
and
use
the amount of money they paid, I can get spry real quick.
A pass catching back, but that's a skill set that I don't know if they had that skill set necessarily on the roster, so they're going to have to tweak it a little bit. But I think probably Debo is the biggest beneficiary because he can do what Eckler did, right? He can run the ball a little bit, catch the ball. He can make stuff happen. You have the rest of the running backs kind of doing their thing for early down yards. But I think Debo probably is the biggest beneficiary in terms of usage.
Debo, that's interesting. So you think it's more Debo than Bill?
Well, I don't think Bill is going to catch passes the way that Austin Eckler does. Like Bill has a very specific role, I think, and that's early down, run the football, get the yardage, and then he's not the big play guy. I mean, he can make big stuff happen, but he's not the big play guy. And I think catching passes out of the backfield or catching passes and making stuff happen, that's more Debo. I just don't think they have a running back that can do what Eckler was doing.
Yeah, you might be right. What do you make of Terry's start to the season?
I think he was slow. He slowed down by all that money he got.
His pockets are too big.
I don't know. It's early. I mean, he's got 13 targets. I mean, that's a decent workload. I don't think he was ever going to get the workload he got last year with Deebo Samuel in the fold, and them wanting to use Zach Ertz a little bit more. And then of course they had Eckler as well. I mean, even Lane is getting some targets. So I don't think the volume was ever there. I'm just guessing, but I think that was also kind of part of the conversation during the contracts, which was, look, you're not going to have the stats that you did last year because we have other mouths to feed. This is why we think this is a pretty fair offer, because we don't think you're going to be able to get more money because you're not going to have a career year again, I don't think. So, I think it's a fine start. He's not doing anything wrong. The thing with McLaurin, though, he had so many end zone targets last year. It's only been 2 games. The offense has sputtered. He hasn't really had a chance to get those. But I think he's fine.
I think it was exactly like last year, though, when you look at that
they didn't get going until week 3.
But the thing about it, I think they're going to have to go to him if they're going to have a lot of success.
They will now, yeah, because anytime you lose a piece, you have to figure out other pieces to use, and of course he's a big one. So yeah, I think it's fine. His start is fine. I'm not. There's no alarm bells for me. I just don't know if you're going to get the production that we saw last year out of him.
Interesting. All of that said, all the injury concern, the Jaden Daniels intrigue, Marcus Mariota. Let's be clear. Just because Mariota's talking to the media on Wednesday does not mean Jaden is definitely out. Don't jump to too grand of a conclusion based on Mariota's media availability. That said, though, there's a lot of questions going into this week against the Raiders. How do you feel about the Commanders against the Raiders?
They'll be fine. I think that they beat the Raiders. I think that they get back on track. I don't think the Raiders are necessarily a good team. They're also, coming in off of a short rest. They play at 10 o'clock. I think Washington's in a decent spot in terms of when all this stuff could be happening to them. The fact that it's happening in week 3 and their opponent is the Raiders. Look, I think that that's a pretty soft spot. I do think that they're going to be fine. I think Jaden definitely helps them win the games that were probably more difficult, like against Kansas, against Philadelphia, etc. But I do think that they can win games with Mariota and clean up the other games that they were probably going to win anyway.
You got any winners this week beyond just the Washington matchup?
I do not. I'm an analytics guy, so I don't really do the subjective stuff. But there's no way I'm not betting the Chiefs minus 5.5 against the Giants. Like there's no way I see Kansas City falling to 0-3, especially when the Giants committed 160 yards and penalties last week.
Wow.
So I just don't see it happening. And I like the under in the Houston-Jacksonville game. Talk about offense struggling. I mean, Houston's offense is certainly struggling, and Jacksonville likes to grind the game down a little bit, so I don't think there'll be as many possessions for scores. So I'm on the under. I think it's like 43.5 there.
Okay. Last week I loved the Lions. That came home. I'll text you whatever I love this week. You'll get one love text from me, Greenberg.
Oh, nice. I'm excited.
Goodbye, dude.
I love you guys. Talk to you later.
All right, man. Take care.
Later. That's our guy, Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. Check out his work, fantasy gambling, all sorts of Commanders information. We always enjoy having Greenberg on because he's an expert at what he does, just like working with the folks from Door Pro America. They set me up with a new garage door because my old one was loud and janky, and I mean, honestly, probably when did people first start getting like automatic garage doors? The 80s?
Man, I don't know.
Like my old garage door was the equivalent of like the big screen TV that like my great uncle had.
The box?
That weighed like 800 pounds and took up like the space of a truck. That was the equivalent of the garage door I had. Door Pro America rolled in, got me a new one, gave us a ton of great options, figured out the one that worked for our family, and it's increased the curb appeal in my home. It's increased the functionality of my home. The MyQ app is such a game changer, man. I can open and close that garage door at any moment just from my phone. Don't have to be at home. Whatever it is you need, call Door Pro America. They've been serving the DMV for over 50 years, and they can do it all. They can do repairs, maintenance, or new installations like I did. These folks know what they're doing. Call today, and you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Phone number, 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out now at doorproamerica.com.
This sports update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Green Bay Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed underwent surgery yesterday on his broken clavicle and a Jones fracture in his left foot. Reed had been playing through that foot injury when he suffered the broken clavicle in Green Bay's win over the Commanders. Head coach Matt LaFleur said that he does expect him back at some point in the season, but an exact timetable, TBD. And the Bills, they're going to be without linebacker Matt Milano and defensive tackle Ed Oliver for Thursday night against the Dolphins. Now, if you're wondering about Josh Allen, who busted his nose in the first quarter of week 2, he ran to the sidelines, stopped the bleeding, put some cotton in his nose, and went back into the game. Well, he started 117 straight games, including the playoffs. He's not going to let a little nose injury stop him now. He will play this week, though he's going to wear a visor to protect his nose from any further damage or having to leave Thursday Night Football. 2 weeks only radio exclusive offer, $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows right now. The windowmans.com fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are $250 off. Free consultations at thewindowman.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We got some news. Let's start with the Jaden thing. Commanders and Jaden. Listen, the starting quarterback in the NFL, as NFL mandated, talks to the media on Wednesday. This is all part of the ultimate content machine that the NFL is. They get everybody talking about their sport all week, and then you watch the games on Sunday. It's a brilliant recipe.
Smart people.
So the Commanders announced that Marcus Mariota will talk today, not Jaden. It's worth pointing out, Nikki Jabala pointed this out, the Commanders did the same thing last year after the initial rib injury, and then Jaden started the following week against the Bears.
Yep.
Mariota talked Bears week. Then Jaden talked a little later in the week. I can't remember, B. Do you remember how that Bears game ended?
We won it.
I think Jaden completed a pass late, if I recall.
Yeah, it was called a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tupac was singing about it.
Hail Mary!
Yeah.
Okay. So that's that. I mean, that is a thing, but it's hardly a final determination. We got another thing brewing here.
What's the thing?
The politicians, Brian.
Okay, here we go. What do we got?
The politicians.
They're just politicking, man.
Well,
They doing what they do.
Commanders team president Mark Klaus has sent a letter to Chairman Mendelson and members of the D.C. Council. This is within the last 20 minutes, half hour. Dear Chairman Mendelson and members of the D.C. Council, the Washington Commanders write to express our deep concern regarding the last-minute new demands proposed by the Council mere hours before the final vote on the Robert F. Kennedy Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025. That's real language, okay? Hey, we thought we had a deal, and now you guys are throwing wrenches in it.
Yeah.
I'm reading again. The Commanders have committed to a once-in-a-generation $2.7 billion investment in the district's future, bringing thousands of jobs and catalyzing economic growth and opportunity. Our vision creates approximately 5,000 to 6,000 housing units, including at least 30% affordable housing. As labor union leaders from Metropolitan Washington Council, AFL-CIO, Baltimore, D.C. Building Trades, Unite Here Local 23 and 25, and 32 BJ SEIU wrote yesterday in the Washington Business Journal, the Commanders' new home at the historic RFK site will represent one of the biggest wins for union workers in the district's history. In fact, the Commanders have already put millions of dollars into the site to prepare it for development. For several months, our team worked in good faith with each council member to finalize this project. Just last month, an overwhelming majority of the council voted for this project, and we were proud to announce this deal with the mayor and the council. It reflected the widespread support from residents across the district who want to see more jobs, more opportunities, and celebrate their football team coming home. Less than 24 hours before the final vote, the Commanders organization was presented with a list of unworkable and impractical new last-minute demands by council members, which we simply cannot agree to as it jeopardizes the deal. Most demands were made verbally without supporting documentation. Given our deep engagement with the council over many months and our proven willingness to address any council member feedback, this is unexpected and unfortunate. Many of these proposals would significantly impact our ability to deliver this project as envisioned and will restrict the value this project will deliver. These amendments could limit or even preclude construction, reduce RFK's ability to attract major events, limit the city's ability to deliver on its proposed housing, and hinder CBE participation in the project. Additionally, unions have stressed their discomfort with the proposed changes and are lobbying against any further amendments to the deal. Most do not want these amendments to impact our ability to deliver a world-class stadium with premier mixed-use development. In the interest of moving forward with one of the most impactful projects in Washington, D.C., we urge you to honor our core agreement from only 1 month ago and move forward with the final approval.
I don't blame them for coming back at them like that. And let's remember now, it's not finalized that they have to go to D.C. It would be best that they go to D.C. in everybody's interest. Still have two other states right there sitting there waiting. And one probably can say, hey, let's just keep working and get it. We can play in this stadium while we're doing the other one. But you need somebody to buck back up to Mendelson. He always think he can just strong arm people. It's a nut.
$2.7 billion on the table. The unions are happy. I don't know. I don't know a lot about unions. They're not always happy about things.
I'm just saying.
They all voted for this a month ago.
You voted for it a month ago, and now you're going to come back at the last second to try and do something like that. It makes no sense. And I know people going to say, well, listen, man, when you keep messing with people who have the means of doing something, you lose out. And if you lose out on this one, this can hurt for a long time.
Dog, if you mess around and mess this up, you know who has been super cool throughout this process?
Maryland.
Wes Moore.
Yeah.
He's been super cool throughout this process. You know what he's probably going to do in the next hour or so? Mark Klaus, team president.
Hey, we wouldn't do that to you.
Hey, Mark, I still got $1 billion over here. Hey, Mark, I still got the land. You guys own the land. I got money to create infrastructure. They already have huge plans on building out over in Landover.
Totally.
Like
those games, though, man. It's like the games that they're trying to play makes no sense. It's like they don't have the upper hand.
No.
Yeah, by no stretch of the imagination.
I don't understand. You know what? I do understand. I don't want to. I'm going to sound naive. It's hard for me. How about this? I understand what they're trying to do. Everybody wants an extra little pound of flesh at the finish line so they can go to their people and say they got this done or that done.
What he's going to do is make sure that people be pissed. If people end up being pissed at him because he lost a major deal. That's what's going to happen.
You can't let this thing get away. Mark Seagraves just tweeted out, in a breakfast meeting now, Chairman Mendelson tells council members, the team is frustrated. There is some tension here.
What the hell do you expect? Why wouldn't they be? You already came up with a deal, voted with overwhelming support, and then you come at the last second and say, oh, we want to throw this, we demand you do this. You don't think they'll be frustrated? That's an understatement.
Yeah. Like, what do you think is going to happen here? You know what I mean?
It's J.A., and I'm not saying Jonathan Allen.
You know what? This process, you've got a deal done. The next step is to finalize it.
Mm-hmm.
You know where you can get a deal done and finalized and out the door Orsman Automotive of Virginia. You know, it was Biaggi's birthday earlier in the week.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy belated.
Happy birthday, Bob. The Orsman Automotive Group of Virginia has been serving DC car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they're doing something right. They've got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia. They got 2 Kia stores, one in Alexandria, one in Chantilly, 2 Toyota stores, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, big old Ram trucks. Kerwin's driving one now. Chevy, Buick, GMC. They got it all. They've got an unmatched selection, incredible deals, and great financing. The financing is huge. Plus, B, they got that Orsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, they have the Orsman Lifetime Edge, which is absolutely outstanding. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you a loaner car with every major maintenance, and they have the lifetime engine guarantee. And that's great news over at Orsman. If you have a car to sell, take it to Orsman. They'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Orsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. 2 beyond satisfied Orsman customers, and let's ride together.
All right, coming up in about 15 minutes, we're going to be joined by Hondo Carpenter.
Hondo.
Taking a look at the Raiders. Hondo covers the Raiders. Give us kind of the insight on what's going on.
Yeah, I know before.
Oh, yeah. Hondo's wild.
Yeah, that's what I remember now.
He loved the rude guest hotline.
Yes.
Hondo's entertaining, man. We'll get a good inside look at the Raiders.
The Raiders.
Right now, though, we kind of got these competing developments between. It's kind of bizarre. You got the Jaden Daniels is the biggest question going on here. It looks like the team is at least going to prepare today as Mariota will be quarterback. Now, that can obviously change as Jaden gets through the week and rests and recovers and rehabs, working on the knee. Maybe they just want to give him the week. Maybe they think he's not close enough, and they just want to give him the week. We'll find out. We've also got the developing story down at DC Council, where a number of council members are trying to jam some last-second stuff in to the deal that has already been agreed upon and voted on between DC and the Commanders. Commanders have $2.7 billion on the table. Commanders team president Mark Klaus said these new amendments are unworkable and impractical new last-minute demands by council members, which we simply cannot agree to.
Don't blame him.
Yeah, man, you think you got a deal, you got a deal. Nobody likes, in any capacity,
To be screwed over.
at the last second. You know,
Right.
I agree with that. Luckily for us, we have a professor on staff, Professor Landini. He has a PhD in BSology. Levitt, what do you make of DC Council trying to throw last-minute amendments in there?
I mean, I feel like this kind of happens with politicians all the time. They get to the point where, like, everybody's about to vote for it and say yes, and they think, oh, now's the time that I can just sneak something in, and it's definitely going to happen. You know, it's like when you were at the grocery store with your mom, and you'd, like, sneak something on the conveyor belt at the last second, because, you know, at that point she's just done with it and wants to go home, and is probably going to say yes.
My kids do that all the time. I
caught a two-piece when I did that.
They'll just throw a bag of Skittles on at the last second. I'm like, nope, saw that. Although I'm kind of a sucker. When I take them to the store with me, I usually let them each get one thing. But I have veto power. Veto power is a must. Because Ainsley will try to walk out with like a $30 stuffed animal. And I'm like, no, you can get a bag of chips. You can't get a stuffed animal. And then Lauren inevitably yells at me when Ainsley comes home with a bag of salt and vinegar chips. She's like, 6-year-olds don't need salt and vinegar chips.
Yeah, but next time bring them home with the stuffed animal and see what happens then.
I'll be $30.
Get a two-piece.
I'll be $30 broker. How do we feel about this deal getting done? I
think it's going to get done.
So do I. I think this is politicians politicking. I still think it gets done. Landfill, do you still think it gets done?
Yes. Yeah. Might not happen today, but it'll get done.
So they're supposed to vote today, right?
Yeah, but they can postpone that stuff. These people, like you were saying earlier, these people don't even show up half the time.
Yeah, dude. It's right now I'm just going to file it under annoying.
Yeah. Very.
Like, not end of the world, you know, not anything beyond that. Just annoying.
Very annoying. Call it like that.
And I don't know which council members are throwing what at it. I don't know if it's Mendelson or other folks.
Whatever they said, didn't
he? It seems like he wants to have his cake and eat it too, and say like, yeah, other people are creating tension, but he's also throwing stuff at it.
Yeah.
I imagine the mayor is
pissed.
Dog, if you're Mayor Bowser and you're in this like perpetual vortex with the federal government and the president, like, don't you think she's like, can you guys please just get this done? Do you realize we need this? We need a win. Can you please just drop your sidearms and move
That's probably
forward
why
here?
they won't do it.
Agreed. What do you think what do you think we get a final answer on earlier? First. What do we get a final answer on first? Jaden Daniels' availability for Sunday or the DC Council voting and approving the RFK deal? Final
thing is going to be the voting, because Jaden could go all the way till Sunday. the team is going to make sure, look, y'all get this done. We're going to stop playing games, y'all.
Do you think Maryland is still I'm sorry, do you think Virginia is still a possibility?
No.
I don't see how Josh Harris and Mark Klaus could stand at a podium with Youngkin after the Caps and Wiz debacle.
No.
Although maybe the state senator down in Norfolk is a big Skins fan.
Well,
maybe that'd be different.
I think the real problem with Virginia is Youngkin isn't going to be the governor in 4 months.
Oh, yeah. Who's running? Albermeyer? What's the lady's name? Spangmeyer? Spamberger?
Yeah.
Who's she running against?
Against, I forgot what the lady's name. I just had it on the tip of my tongue.
Winsome Sears, something like that?
Sears. Yeah, Winsome Earl Sears.
She's the lieutenant governor.
Okay. She's got, I saw what I would think is a negative commercial for her. It looks like she threw out the first pitch, though, at a game. I don't know if that's Richmond or
probably the Squirrels.
Peanuts or what.
The Richmond Squirrels.
Shout out to the Richmond Squirrels. Hope the boys are winning. When we return, we're talking Raiders. Las Vegas Raiders headed to town this weekend after a pretty ugly home Monday Night Football loss. Hondo Carpenter covers the Raiders for SI and will join us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The D.C. Council is expected to grant final approval today on a $3.7 billion deal that returns the Commanders to D.C., finally giving them the official green light to build their new football stadium where RFK is currently being demolished. D.C. Council Chairman Phil Mendelson said that he anticipates the deal goes through Council again today, no problems. But as the D.C. Council is preparing to take that final vote on the RFK Stadium deal, the Commanders sent out a letter expressing concern about several amendments that are being proposed today, calling them, quote, unworkable and impractical new last-minute demands by council members, which we simply cannot agree to. This meeting just got a little bit more interesting. And some on-the-field news for the Commanders. They've signed veteran pass rusher Preston Smith, bolstering a defensive line that just lost one of its starters. The Commanders announced earlier today that cornerback Jonathan Jones was placed on injured reserve to free up a roster spot for Smith, who returns to Washington after spending the first 4 years of his NFL career with the franchise. Smith should help offset the loss of defensive end Dietrich Wise Jr., who was placed on the IR earlier this week when he suffered a season-ending torn left quad in the Week 2 loss at Green Bay. So Jonathan Jones goes to the injured reserve with a hamstring injury, out for at least 4 games, and Preston Smith joining the roster. Not your path, fast track your career. Instead, continuing education offers in-demand, fast-paced job training. Train for tomorrow's jobs today at pgcc.edu. Register now. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's Raiders week, man.
Yeah.
The Vegas Raiders.
The Las Vegas Raiders.
I feel like Vegas works for the Raiders. Oakland was obviously the best when they were in L.A. It didn't really work. But Raiders, don't be surprised. I'll say this now. Don't be surprised by the amount of Raiders fans that will show up on Sunday.
Oh, they show up.
There are Raiders fans everywhere, even though they've largely been bad for, 25 years or whatever. Mm-hmm. I mean, when was that, Rich Gannon era? That was right around 2000, 2001? Mm. Wasn't that Bucks? So first, you had the Raiders got screwed by the Tuck rule. That must have been 01, because I think that's when the Pats won that first Super Bowl. Mm. So then it must have been 02 when the Bucks beat the Raiders in the Super Bowl, when it was Bill Callahan, coach of the Raiders, and John Gruden got traded to Tampa.
Are we supposed to be there?
Oh yeah, sorry, buddy.
Bring up old news, JP.
Might be yo. Raiders are 1-1 on the season, a -4 point differential. Haven't played well, haven't played terrible. Geno had 3 picks in the last game.
Geno played terrible in the last game.
Yeah, I'd say that's kind of uncharacteristic for him. He generally protects the football.
Yeah, totally.
But the interception count has been climbing. When he finally broke through and got the Seattle starting job back in 22, he was really accurate. 70% of his passes, 30 touchdowns against 11 picks. The next year, everything kind of dropped. He missed 2 games, I think. Still was good. Last year in Seattle, without Pete Carroll, the numbers weren't the completion percentage and the yardage were there, but 21 touchdowns against 15 picks. Through 2 games, though, the numbers are way lower. 62% completion percentage, which is subpar in the NFL these days. 1 touchdown to 4 picks. Do you think they can keep the interception train rolling?
I sure in the hell hope so. I don't know for sure, but I'm hoping.
How do you do so?
Pressure. What I watched the other night, he was trying to force things in there. Tight coverage. And I think normally that happens with pressure. If you get pressure on Geno, he tries to steal. He knows where he got to go, and he tries his best to get it there. And if you get that pressure on him, I think you have an opportunity to get the ball because you want to grab the life, and that's what he gives you. Ball is life.
Through 2 games this season, the Raiders are 1-1. They opened the year at New England in Foxborough, stole a road win to start, 20-13. In that game, their offense looked pretty good. The Patriots' offense did not. Last we saw it Monday night at home opener against the Chargers. Really couldn't get much going offensively. Had a ton of turnovers. If you're looking through 2 games, the Raiders' offense is 31st in points, 22nd in yards. The interceptions are going to be a big part of that. They're also not running the ball all that well. They spent the early draft pick, I want to say it was a top 5 pick, on Ashton Genty, the star running back. Genty, through 2 games, is averaging 2.7 yards per carry, 30 carries for 81 yards. Does have a touchdown, hasn't chipped in much in the receiving game. He has 5 catches for 3 yards through 2 games.
Yeah, I watched him the other night, dude, and he's just so close. I just don't want to see him find his way against us.
Yeah.
Because the dude, he can pick him up and put him down, Jay.
Yeah, I agree. Jacoby Myers is the receiving threat, the wide receiver threat. Through 2 games, he's got 14 catches for 165 yards. Hasn't found the end zone yet, but he's averaging about 80 yards per game. Brock Bowers is probably their best player. Bowers is beat up, though. White Brian, give me the Brock Bowers injury and injury status. He played the other night. Through 2 games, Bowers has 10 catches for 140 yards. Also hasn't found the end zone. They have the other tight end that they drafted, I think, at the first round, like 3 years back, the guy Michael Mayer from Notre Dame. 6 catches for 47 yards for him. Not much else on the ground. They've really tried to commit to Genty. Getting the rookie 30 carries through 2 games. Like, it's not like he's not getting the work. I don't know that their offensive line is generating a ton of push. Defensively, Max Crosby is obviously a threat. He has
He is definitely that.
1 sack through 2 games, 2 TFLs, 2 quarterback hits. Jeremy Chin, don't forget that name.
Chin was playing well the other day, man.
Chin played well here. I think Chin is good.
Yeah.
The Raiders don't scare you, but Washington's got to show up. To me, this game is less about what Vegas is or isn't and more about what Washington is or isn't. Does that make sense?
I agree. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. See, that's the thing about it. Like, we were talking yesterday. I was talking with Jason over here with the command center. And he was talking about how Dan Quinn and Pete Carroll, Cliff and all go way back to the UCLA and all that stuff, how they know each other. I'm like, he said, what's the best way to win that battle? I say, run your stuff. You got to be good at what you run. And then they know you too, so what you got to do is play chess with them. Make sure they understand. Show them something that they know. And when they get ready for it, you're running something else. You got to play games with them in a sense. So these 2 guys understand each other. They understand how to attack each other. Let's see what happens. Hell, Pete and Dan were on the same squad, won a Super Bowl together, right?
Yeah.
So they know it. They know what people like to do. You got to find a way to go out there and get it done.
The big man, Mitch Tischler, just walked in the room. If we had a microphone,
what's up, Tish Mishler?
We'd put him on there. With the Raiders, I couldn't agree more, B, that this is about Washington more than Vegas. Like, you got to show up defensively, get the same effort you got against the Giants. Now, is that harder to do with Wise gone? It might be. But offensively, you got to click. Washington's got to play their game, and they haven't yet. And I don't know if that looks different without Jaden in there. We don't know definitively yet. But if you look at Washington so far, offensively, they are moving the ball. That was last. Hang on. Offensively, they're just – the third downs have been a significant problem. They're 14th in the NFL in yards gained, 23rd in points scored. And if you look at third downs, they rank 27th in the NFL. They're converting about 1 out of 3 third downs, 9 of 27. Red zone's not as good as it was, but to me, I look at the third downs, and that is why they're not able to sustain these drives. Penalties have been a factor. Last year, now granted, we're talking a whole year, and this is only 2 games, so it's a big difference in sample. But last year, they were 6th in the NFL in converting third downs. They stayed on the field 99 out of 217 times on third down. And I just think until you can get those numbers better, it's going to continue to be tough. It's tough sledding. Do you think that gets better this week?
The third down stuff you said?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't just say yes. It's going to get better. I don't. Anyway, I think. Are they going to be working to get it done? Yes. Are they going to come up with different stuff? I think they got schemed a little better on third down. I watched third downs last week, and they seemed to know everything we were doing.
Last week did almost seem like
they were in our huddle.
Like they had the codes. You know what I mean? And that was not the case last year. They are 27th in the NFL on third downs right now.
Mm-hmm.
That is just
not good.
I mean, 6th to 27th is a massive, massive difference. We'll see what they're able to do. It's not like the Raiders don't come in with this menacing threat. Honestly, I kind of like, with Mariota, I kind of like Washington as a 3.5-point favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I think Marcus will be able to move the offense. What do you think of Mariota not getting any work, really, until this point? I mean, Mariota really hasn't played all summer.
That's what I'm saying. I said that yesterday. I kept saying that we are looking at what he did last year, but I'm looking at this year, and I haven't seen him perform yet. So,
yeah, I mean, he hasn't. It's going to be tricky and certainly interesting to try to balance everything Washington has going. I mean, there's a lot of injury concerns. We are going to hear from Dan Quinn in about 15 minutes. Are there any specific players you think need to step up in this one?
A lot of people. I need the receiving core to step up. I'm not just saying a particular person. The receiving core. The running backs have to step up. Offensive linemen. O-line and D-line first. They got to step up. They lead the way. All right. Just like in that first game, we were talking about, we're not got bigger, we got better. They need to come out and show that first game wasn't a fluke. And then the other guys, I think, will follow suit and begin to perform based off of that. Because if the big guys don't step up, nobody else can.
2 guys that we haven't seen a lot from defensively so far, Luvu and Von Miller. What do you make of that?
Well, the thing about Von, he plays so sparingly, you don't know when. So it's going to be hard for him to have that super impact. And Luvu, we are accustomed to his energy and certain things with that. Are they using him the same? Last year, he seemed to be on every play all over the place. I haven't really heard his name a lot this year, thus far.
No. And I think it'd be silly to.
I'm going to say this. It goes back to the approach in training camp. They didn't do a lot of playing football together in preseason. And right now, they're finding their way. So hopefully, this week 3 now, they're ready to go.
Landfill, any players specifically for you that you want to see really step up this week?
I'd like to see Connerly. It's been kind of a rough couple of weeks for him. I would like to see him go out there and hold his own.
Yeah, that's fair. I think Debo's been really good. I think to date, Debo maybe is their best player so far this season. I think you'd like to see Terry step up. It was week 3 last year in Cincinnati when things really clicked with Terry. He made that incredible catch down the sideline to seal that win.
They started going
late
to
in
him.
that game. Terry's a really, really good football player, and I think this is the kind of game, especially if it's Mariota, you need your highest paid, your leaders to step up. I also thought week 1 against the Giants, Kinlaw and Payne were awesome.
They were.
Last week against the Packers, they weren't. You'd like to see those guys.
I would love to see some flat road play the rest of the year. What I mean by flat road play is guys go out there and they play consistent. I don't like seeing the rolling hills play. Great this week, not the next week. Great. I'd rather see flat road play. Give me consistency, and you could do a lot with that. That up and down crap doesn't work.
Yeah. It's you need them to be going downhill in this game. You know what I mean? Without that, it's like Kryptonite and Superman. I also want to see more Bill. Like, we talk about players that need to step up. I kind of think Cliff needs a better plan of attack this week because Green Bay was very ready for it last week. And maybe it helps that you have Parsons and you're able to generate pass rush so you can drop back and play those big cloud coverages.
They were getting pressure with 4.
But still, like, the answer can't be like, they're getting pressure with 4. There has to be a way to turn that around.
Yeah, the way to turn it around is that O-line has to live up to the hype. If they rushing 4 and they getting pressure on your quarterback, your O-line's not doing their damn job. Hands down. Because you rush 4, you drop back 7, so make it very, very cloudy back there. That if they rush 5, your O-line should be able to handle that. But when they're rushing 4 and 5 and they're getting that much pressure, that's problems. If they're not bringing 6 or 7, then they shouldn't be having no problem. If they live up to the hype.
The hype, I think, has changed. It was interesting. I mean, Greenberg dropped them to 12th in his power rankings. We're going to run through the NFL.com power rankings we use every week here in a few minutes. Dan Quinn's going to talk here in a few minutes. What are the chances you think he definitively says Jaden's out this week?
0.
Lanville, you at 0?
I'm not going to say 0, but I think it's low. I think, like Beamish says, that we'll be waiting realistically up until the first possession to see who's playing quarterback.
No, I think we'll know. I think we'll know by inactives because you think they keep Jaden up as the backup or make him the emergency backup and make him inactive.
They might. I mean, they might make him the emergency backup. That could work.
Part of me thinks that's when we'll know.
We ain't going to know today. That's the question you ask. We ain't going to know today. And the question I would ask is, why would we know today?
I think that's a great point. For all this consternation going on about what Brady may or may not be learning in these meetings that he then is I don't know that I'll be able to get in there. I'd like to ask DQ about the Brady stuff because he's kind of in the center of it. He called the Commanders' opener against the Giants. Tom Brady was here. We saw him interview Jaden after the game. It was a pretty cool moment. Now they're playing the Raiders 2 weeks later. Mm-hmm. Like whatever he gleaned or did not glean from those production meetings going into the Giants game, it's only 13 days later they're playing.
I think the league made a move because everybody was complaining. I understand Tom Brady was a damn good quarterback. He did a lot of stuff for his team. Tom is not getting no more information than nobody else to be able to help them out. Especially when he gets the information. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, he is so concerned about trying to – if anybody ever did the color analyst work you are so hell-bent on being right about all that stuff. You think he's coming there with certain questions to ask them and then transferring that over to a coach?
Let's do this. Quick break. We got updates coming from DC Council. Mark Seagraves is probably going to be able to join us in about an hour with the latest information. You got trees are an issue, housing restrictions, parking restrictions. All of a sudden, there's all these issues.
Talking about trees.
Dan Quinn will address the media next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get 300 in bonus bets back if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wage only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Ahead of the final vote on the RFK Stadium deal today, Commanders team president Mark Klaus sent a letter to Phil Mendelssohn and the rest of the D.C. City Council saying that the team were presented a list of unworkable and impractical new last-minute demands, which we simply cannot agree to. Per NBC4 reporter Mark Seagraves, in a breakfast meeting this morning, Phil Mendelssohn told the city council members that the team is frustrated and there is, quote, some tension there. So we will see what happens ahead of that, what was supposed to be the final vote today. 2 weeks only radio exclusive offer, $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows now. The Windowmans.com fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $250 off. Free consultations at thewindowman.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Song's kind of ominous coming in. I like it. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. In moments, we're expecting to hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn in advance of, it's Raiders week now, man. Wednesday's when it really begins. Everybody understands that Vegas is coming off a short week. Washington's coming off a big old mini bye after the ugly loss to Green Bay. A lot of questions for this Washington team. A lot of injury questions.
Yeah.
Lot to consider. And I think, DQ tries to be insightful where he can. I'm not expecting a ton of information today. But at the very least, an update on Jaden and Mariota. The Jonathan Jones going to the IR. Everybody's going to focus on Jaden so much that, like, smaller things down the line, John Bates, Noah Brown. I'd almost expect Noah Brown to get ruled out. Maybe there's no reason in doing it outside of, like, roster machinations, but I don't think Bates or Brown are playing.
Well, he said a long shot.
Yeah.
He said that Monday.
Right.
So I would expect him to be a long shot.
I do think it's important as we possibly prepare for Mariota to play this week. He played about a full game last year. If you go back and look at the amount of snaps he got, he appeared in 3 games, was 34 of 44, completed 77% of his passes for 364 yards and 4 touchdowns. Like, nothing to argue with that, man.
Last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on the ground, he had 18 carries for 92 yards. Remember that big one he ripped off in Dallas to get them. I mean, the 2 plays he made in that Dallas game, the 30-yard run and then the throw to Terry McLaurin in a game that got them going to Tampa instead of wherever they were going to head. I can't remember right now. Mm-hmm. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn addressing the media now.
A few roster moves first to get the day started. So John Jones to IR. He'll miss some time with his hamstring injury. The good news is he will return, but that's tough for now, but we will get him back. Another familiar face to some that we signed, Preston Smith, who was here from 15 to 18, and we've been visiting about him for a while, so we're really pumped to have him here with us. And another brand new guy, but on the beat in here, so Tashawn Reed. Any questions with the Raiders, we're going to direct them right to you. So you'll take all of those today. So welcome, man, and part of the crew. So all that said, let's get started today and bring it on.
What is the plan for Jaden today and then the rest of the week?
Sure. So Jaden had a good rehab session today. He also threw out on the field. He won't practice today And then as we get into Friday, I'll give you an assessment of where we're at after we go through practice on Friday.
How much are you finding that you're having to hold him back from doing too much at this point?
Yeah, we're going through that process. Like, that's him as a competitor. But we also, recognize the importance of the person, the player, what he means to the franchise. So we're also going to be smart, not just fast in this assessment. But this is a player that's absolutely wanting to do everything all the time. So it was a good start to the week for us, throwing the movements at the position. So I know we've talked a little bit about return to play, but there are position-specific skills that you do for each one. So he hit those today, which was a good start. And then, like I said, I'll give you the final update on Friday.
Do you need to see him back on the field with the rest of the team
Yes.
before you feel okay?
Yeah, I would. It's important, timing, reps, the movements. But it was a good first step to it, Nikki. But, we'd have to get some reps for sure.
And then for the O-line, after watching the tape, what is your general assessment of where Connerly is at? And is there any consideration on using Wiley at either guard or tackle on the right side?
I think we want to stick to the competition is the central theme in what we do. If I'm looking at two games, there's things that I also liked. In the opening game, we ran the ball well and effectively into that space. So, we got things to improve on for sure, not just at one spot, but at a number of them. And we plan on doing that.
Hi, Coach. How do you prepare for a guy like Max Crosby after playing against Micah Parsons last week? Does that help prepare your offensive line for coming against a top-tier edge rusher?
Yeah, not so easy, guys. He is an absolute savage of a player. I love watching him, the energy, the effort, the skill of it. Somebody that, I just respect a lot. And so his game, the way he plays, the style. So overall, we'll have to all play better, than we did in our last performance. And that's what we certainly plan on doing. But, he has garnered that kind of attention for sure.
With Marcus, you guys were slow in bringing him back, making sure he was back from the Achilles. From what you saw last year and what you've seen from him, the confidence level I know is high. What do you expect from him?
Yeah, if called upon, we would certainly expect Marcus to deliver in the fashion that he does. He has been like a real standard as a commander, player, teammate in elite ways. And so each player that we would feature, they'd be featured in not exactly the same way, although mobility for him and Jaden and, kind of coming up in similar styles, but not exactly the same also. So for all the guys, we have, ways that we'd feature them and how we would play if called upon, and that's what we'll do. But we have the utmost confidence in him.
Dan, could you elaborate on the signing of Preston Smith and kind of the role that you envision for him here?
Yeah, we've actually discussed Preston for a while. Edge, he's strong, proven pass rush ability. We like his size too, and so with Dietrich being injured, if we had another chance to add another person to that group, it seemed like the fit. And so I've followed him for a long time. I feel like it's one of those players I've known but didn't have a chance to coach and always have wanted to. And so when he was able to come in for the workout and be here, it just felt like a good fit. He saw him hanging out with Kerrigan, for them playing some years together and having that person, okay, this is what we do here, this is how it's going. I'm hopeful that Ryan can help on that onboarding process, but this is a veteran guy who will get up to speed quick. You can tell he's a bright guy, but you can tell he really worked hard to get himself in shape to be ready for the op when it came, and he had a few of them.
Dan, obviously Pete Carroll played a huge role in your development as a coach, going on to be a head coach with the Falcons and again here. How valuable have the lessons that you learned from him been as you navigate your career, and what's it going to be like to face off against him this week?
Yeah, we've gone against each other a number of times, over the last, 10 years or so. What did I learn? Man, a lot. And he helped me grow. He helped me develop. Like most, times when you get to help bring someone along, confidence, belief. So I'd been a defensive line coach for a long time, and I'd left for 2 years to go to Florida, brought me back as the DC, and so that's the type of confidence and belief. For him, I think, like his rock-solid philosophy. That's such an important thing that you need as a head coach. Sometimes as a play caller, you're just this unit, just thing, but as the head coach, man, it's everything. And so two of the very best that I've been around in instilling a philosophy was Pete and Nick Saban. And they both, everybody knew how you get down and what's required and what it's about. And so that was such an important time for me. And also doing it in your own authentic way. I'd certainly learned a lot from him, but I would, think it's more in my flavor of how I do it, but it was certainly a really important part for me.
Hi, Dan.
Hello.
As a defensive line expert, what would you say makes Max Crosby as effective as he is, and what's kind of adjustments do you need to make to account for him?
Yeah. I think the first two things that come to mind when I think of him, this is like elite effort. And like, okay, yeah, I've heard that a lot, but I'm saying it's at the upper range of it where he can, his stamina to go hard over and over again. He's got great bend. By that, I mean he can slip and slide in between a tight end, a tackle, and then the skill work of it. He loves pass rush like Vaughn, and so for those two, kind of doing the pass rush summit, there's a level of studying and preparation. Instincts, I would say, are a big part of that, but man, do I love the first step quickness and just the absolute dog of a competitor. Sometimes you don't win on the first move, and you have to stay relentless, and that is absolutely been part of his career.
Hey, Dan, I'm going to steal one of your phrases. Ball is life, right?
Yes.
You've done a great job, protecting the football, but in terms of takeaways, not so much so far. What have you seen from that, and how do you generate more?
Yeah, I thought, and I'm glad you asked that because it's such an important part of what we do. In the Giants game, I thought the defense took some shots. We had maybe a few chances at one. There was one that got called back on a penalty on a Quan interception. Thought another one, Revo might have forced one. We didn't get it, but there was some good. I thought J.K. had a real violent shot at it. Not so much in Green Bay to where we had our chances to go get it. But you do have to take them, takeaways. It's not something they're just going to give to you. So we got to be mindful. So in one game, it didn't go our way in terms of getting them, but I thought the attitude and intention of taking them was there. In the second one, we didn't meet the mark. So it's a really important part of it. I thought in the Giant game, almost won with Nick Ballore on special teams, by the covering, the hitting, and that's another phase that we, kind of think of the covering on punts and the covering of kicks as like a defensive phase to it, the returns as like an offensive phase of taking care of it. But it's really important, and we know it helps us win. You can't be, reckless to just take a shot at the ball and not, tackle and hit. But, we got to improve in that spot.
Coach, last season, this team seemed to respond well to adversity. It seemed like when you all got knocked down, you not only got up, but you got up better than you were before. I wonder what you all take from last week as you bring into this week and moving forward.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot. It's going to come on the adversity side. I was pleased that we stayed in the fight because it didn't feel as close even at the fourth quarter to be in it. I wasn't surprised that we're tough, but you have to apply those lessons. What didn't you like? How do we go about it? It didn't feel the same energy and just flying all over the tape and finishing and fast. And so those are the ones that you have to acknowledge and say, man, this wasn't to the standard that we all set for one another. Not saying we were soft or any of that. It's just there's a level that we want to get it to. And that's when we really hit our strides. It's going to happen. The injury's part of it. Getting the loss is part of it. But you also learn to stand and fight, and that's a good skill to know, and we got a lot of guys that are down for that.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon, Dave.
When it comes to seeing the field the right way and communicating defense, offensively as a unit, how in practice can you kind of ramp up the competition there, the challenge there to get that better for game days?
Yeah, just what you said, the competition. So at a practice today, we'll have some just good on good that we go. We don't do that in the short weeks, where it's slowed down. But the first week we did it, so we'll do some competitions on Wednesday, just not scripted, just like today we'll have a third down competition. Tomorrow we have a red zone one. And that helps a lot because it's unscripted, it's looks, you talk, you communicate. Sometimes it's trying out a new play, sometimes it's, working through the kinks. So it is part of what we do, but out on the practice field, that's where you get better. And it's such an important part of what we do, so we're really pumped to get back out. Never a good idea to take a loss and take a whole bunch of days in between, so we're ready to get back in this game.
Signing Chase Edmonds, somebody who has a little bit of familiarity with Cliff Kingsbury, is that a player that you foresee once he gets a little more comfortable here having a regular role in the offense, or is he more injury in case of injury?
No, we definitely have a vision for it. How long that takes, we'll see. But getting into the system here, he came in and did a really good job in the workout. So we brought a few running backs in to take a look and see where it was. So we wanted to find out, swings, pass game, catching, movements, what that looked like. But it'll take a few weeks to see where we stand on that. But we're pumped with the backs. Chris is certainly ready, to get back into action for him. But we're pumped to have Chase here as well. And I'm still learning him. Cliff had a chance to work with him before. But it's good to have him here.
Dan, sorry if I missed this. With Noah Brown, you said earlier that it was probably a long shot for this week, but do you have a sense of his timeline and when he's going to be able to get going?
Yeah, he was kind of like in the Jaden spot where I'm saying I'm working him through to see where he is. He won't practice today, but I'm more encouraged than I was maybe when we spoke Monday that it's, hopefully turning sooner than later. And so that was kind of where we are with John, where are we at? And so we'll have a better assessment probably for Friday.
And obviously Noah was very helpful for you guys last year, but unfortunately for him, he's got an injury history throughout his career. How much did you guys factor that in terms of how you built out the rest of the room this offseason?
Yeah, he's an elite competitor, and you don't want any of these guys, to have anything that they go through with. Sometimes we know there's re-injuries after an injury. That's no big state secret. But I love the competitor, love what he stands for. I think once we get him through this, we're going to get him to the other side of that. And for instance, the one last year was so rare, of an injury that you can't chalk that up to a soft tissue or those things. So I'm just excited to get him back out there and get going again. He's one of our most competitive guys and adds a lot to us.
That's Commanders head coach Dan Quinn laying out a lot of injury news, explaining why they signed Preston Smith. One of the things, the size stands out, like we said earlier in the program. Want to dive into what he said about Jaden and perhaps more importantly, what he didn't say about Jaden. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
All right, B. Mitch and Big Ears here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt an amazing difference instantly.
Here's why you need a Rude system. Today is kind of cold, kind of dreary. You're probably not going to need much at your house, but then tomorrow it's going to be back sunny up in the 80s. You're going to have to respond. You need an HVAC unit that can handle both types of weather that happen within 24 hours in the D.C. area. That's why you need a Rude. They've got the variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity control that lets you operate efficiently no matter what the situation. You get comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you also got to talk about the cash. You can get federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. that I hate to lose. Ain't it a shame? B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You just heard Dan Quinn, Commanders head coach, talk at length about the injury situation. I mean, some encouraging stuff there. Said he feels more encouraged.
For Noah.
Yeah. That's a positive step. The Jaden stuff, he said, we're 100% confident in Marcus, which I agree with.
Yeah.
Marcus was bald for them last year. Said, he's not going to practice today, had a good rehab. The thing that stood out to me is he does have to see Jaden on the field before he'd play him.
Does.
Yeah. Does that seem right / fair?
Yeah. I mean, you want to see him move. And one thing they talked about, the player is going to say what he's going to say, and he has to go out and show that. The medical staff says what they want to say. Then the coach has to watch him. They are probably the one person who watched his movement closer than anybody out there. And if they see something that's just not right, you don't let him go. If he's fluid, let's go, bro.
Right.
It's a physical game, man. And I mean, I understand the mindset, how you're looking for, but it's gotten to a point now where people actually don't want guys to play football. You got to protect them at that point. No. It's a game where damn near 100% injuries will happen. Some of them are serious, some of them aren't, but you're going to get banged up.
It's going to be an important update from Dan Quinn Friday. He'll speak after practice. Practice on Fridays is earlier and it's fast. They call them Fast Fridays around the NFL. I don't know what all he will disclose, but you'll get a Brown update. You'll get a Bates update. DQ kind of said the same thing with Bates. Let's see where we're at Friday. Dan Quinn's been very clear that like most of these players aren't plug and play. Said that about Eckler. Said that about Wise. Said that about Bates. Like, whoever is next on the depth chart isn't the exact version of that person. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And let's take you and I, for example, on this radio show.
Yeah.
Like when one of us is out, most of the time Toby sits in. And we both love Toby, but it's then a different show when it's me and Toby or you and Toby.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Like, football's the same. You don't have another John Bates.
Yeah.
You don't have another Eckler. But you got other dudes that can maybe do things a little bit differently and still get things done.
True.
But it's not like, this is not a Lego set where you lose one piece, you just get another piece.
Nah.
It's a bit more complicated.
The piece is a little different. You know what I mean? It's a little different, so you have to adjust to that. And I think that's where the coaching acumen comes in at that point, where you have to understand, I have somebody else here. Yeah, he can block, but he's not John. So I have to run a different type of running play or pass play with him than I would with John. John, you could probably just say, go out there and block. John reminds me a lot of James Jenkins, where he can block pass rushers by himself sometimes. Most tight ends can't do that.
Yeah. Bates is a really good player.
Yep.
DQ not ruling those guys out. Said long shot earlier in the week, says he feels a little bit better now. Could also be some gamesmanship going on. We're not going to give any more information than we have to. Get ready to see a whole bunch of DNPs on the practice injury report today. Jaden, Bates, Brown, going to be a lot of DNPs. I don't know. I got to go back through my notes. Did we even get a Jonathan Jones update there?
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure we did.
No, he did. He said Jones is going to be out for a short period of time because of his hamstring.
Okay.
He said it may be sooner rather than later. So you're thinking about one or two?
Well, it's 4 games minimum on IR, but that could be fine. He did talk about Preston Smith's size as being a reason they like him. Preston Smith is here. I think everybody remembers Preston from his first 4 seasons here and just, the good guy he is. It's funny, like, knowing Preston back then. I remember talking to him when he got drafted to now. I follow him on Instagram. He's a dad now. Just, life comes at you. He wore 94 when he was here earlier. Now he's wearing 52. which I think was the number Kinlaw had.
Kinlaw had it on for a
Cam.
minute, yeah.
When we come back, we got to run through college football. I want to talk about the best teams. I want to talk about the local teams. I want to talk about what's going to happen at Virginia Tech. Our college football insider, Denton Day, joins the program next.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Marcus Mariota will speak to reporters today at the podium instead of Jaden Daniels, but this does not mean that Jaden Daniels is out for this week. If he's not ruled out, he will speak to the media on Friday. The Commanders took the same approach last season ahead of the Bears game, and, well, we all remember how that one went. Speaking of quarterback injuries, the New York Jets quarterback Justin Fields is recovering from a concussion and will not play on Sunday against the Buccaneers. First-year coach Aaron Glenn announced that veteran Tyrod Taylor will start under center for the winless Jets in their first road game of the season. Glenn also added that Fields remains in concussion protocol as of today. And the Cincinnati Bengals are set to be without star quarterback Joe Burrow for at least 3 months after he suffered turf toe that requires surgery. The Bengals are signing veteran quarterbacks Mike White and Sean Clifford to the team's practice squad. White signed with the Bills in January of 2025, spent training camp at the preseason with the team, but he was released during the final roster cut. Now he's added to the practice squad for the Bengals. Meanwhile, Clifford was originally selected by the Packers in the 5th round of the 2023 NFL Draft, had a great career with Penn State before that. Clifford spent the past 2 seasons on Green Bay's active roster and practice squad before he was released by the team during the final roster cuts this season. Both of those guys added to the practice squad to see if they will potentially back up Browning in Cincinnati. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Flowers. Nobody has a better walk-up song than our college football insider, Denton Day. You can listen to Denton on College Football Overtime on SiriusXM College Football. Also hosts Commanders pre- and post-game right here on 106.7 The Fan. And you can hear him in the mornings on the BetMGM network. D-Day, what up, brother? What's new, Pussycat?
How we doing?
We doing better than that song you got.
Yeah, that song's suspect, Denton.
You guys say that literally every time I come on, but thankfully I feel for that.
Hey, we're consistent with it.
Let's get to some college football. I want to get to the big national scope, but I want to start locally. Big opportunity for the Terps. We've seen these fast starts in non-conference games, and then they get into Big Ten play, and it goes the other way. They open Big Ten play this weekend at Wisconsin. Wisconsin hasn't been that good. They just got their doors blown off by Bama, but that is Bama. What's the line in this? What are you expecting in this?
I'm expecting a happy day for you. You know, Maryland is a 10-point dog, but I feel like that line's a little long. I mean, it's at Wisconsin certainly, but I feel like Maryland's been really good this year. I know the competition hasn't been high level, but this is what the first 3 games are supposed to be. It's supposed to give you time to get your feet wet, to get into rhythm, and especially with a new quarterback, the way that Malik Washington's been playing, I think they've gotten into a rhythm. Now it's time to go do it against a Wisconsin team that I'm in the same boat as you. I don't think they're very good. You know, offensively, they've struggled for years now. They've never been able to get right offensively. Defensively, they're good, so it'll definitely be a big test for Malik Washington. But I think that number is a little bit suspect. I like Maryland to cover the 10, certainly.
Me too, dude. I was blown away by this when I learned that Wisconsin got Billy from Maryland last year as their quarterback. But now he's not playing this week, apparently. That dude, nice guy, tries hard, athletic, isn't an accurate passer.
No. It's funny how some guys who do not work at one place, all of a sudden they pop up another place, and you're like, how did they end up here? When he left
not
Maryland,
to be a jerk, I thought he'd land at like Miami of Ohio. Like I thought he'd
right. You think he'd land at like a Group of 5 or like an FCS program, and you're like, wait a second, he's still in the Big Ten? How?
Right. Okay. So
everybody think the grass is greener.
Big opportunity for the Terps. I want them to beat Wisconsin. Start 4-0, then you get 2 weeks off, and then you get Washington at home. Like, eventually, there's going to be some Big Ten heartache, but I don't know. I like Malik a lot. I'm a locks guy. I'm excited. The other big story locally is Virginia Tech. Just an absolute dumpster fire. They fire Brent Pry. They have no other choice. You get drilled at home to Old Dominion. They got Wofford this week. Maybe ideally they beat Wofford. But bigger picture, is the John Gruden stuff serious at all in Blacksburg? Because every Hokie fan wants to tell me that.
No, are they nuts?
I didn't think so.
What on earth? I mean, so the Vic thing might be some legs under that. John Gruden is not leaving the millions of dollars at Barstool to go coach at Virginia Tech. He does this every single time a coaching opportunity comes up. He uses that, leverages it for more money with whatever association he's working with. At the time, it was ESPN when the Tennessee job came open when he was doing Monday Night Football. He's doing it again. If he is going to come back to coach, it's going to be in the SEC or the NFL. Maybe like 3 Big Ten teams, but he's not going to go take the job at Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech is not in a great position to where they're making a massive splash hire. They're just not. The program has been in a little bit of a down spiral since Beamer left, and understandably so, but they haven't been ranked since 2021. They haven't finished a season ranked since 2017. I don't know that they have the money to go get John Gruden because he's going to be demanding a lot.
He got a ton of it. But like you said, that the Michael Vick thing could have some legs to it. But
what about D. Hall?
Yeah, D. Hall, who has experience in the NFL.
Yeah, and a guy that I think would jump at that chance, would be good with the boosters. Like, you got to try to create some buzz there.
But many people are saying that, okay, those guys were great in the past for the team, but that's not going to help. I don't buy that. I think that they can help. They can bring some excitement that you don't have.
Yeah, I mean, those are the only 2 guys that would work. Virginia Tech is in a position to where replicating what Colorado did with Deion is an available option and probably the best option. You're taking guys that were really important to the program. With Deion, it's a little different because he didn't have ties to Colorado. He was just a big name. But in Virginia Tech, you're taking guys, either Vic or D'Angelo Hall, who's important to the program, but it is a little bit more than that. You have to surround them then with really good coaches to coach up an offense, to coach up a defense, to allow them to be the personalities, to get, go into homes and be like, hey, like, I have this great personality. Your kid, we're trying to build something new here. Your kid should come play for us. Here's all the reasons why, and then here's how we're going to develop them. And then you kind of allow them. It's not that Deion doesn't coach at Colorado. He does. He does a really good job at it, but he has really smart people around him that handle a lot of the X's and O's, and then it allows him to do all of the things that he does really, really well. So Virginia Tech, rather than spending the $10 million, $8 million it would require to get John Gruden, you could spend probably $4 to get Michael Vick or D'Angelo Hall, and then spend all of the other money that you would have spent for just one guy to then build out the rest of your coaching staff.
I think I'm going to start at 5 where Pryor was getting it. He got 5. I need more than that.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think D. Hall or Vick would really breathe some life into that program. Last one on the locals. We got a battle of 2 bad football teams, UVA, Stanford, Saturday in Charlottesville. I imagine UVA is like a 2-touchdown favorite in that thing.
Against Stanford.
Stanford's bad.
Let me look the lineup. Stanford is not very good. I mean, the way you could tell that from week 0, the way that they blew it against Hawaii when the kid he's playing on one leg. I can't imagine Stanford is going to stand a chance to UVA. It's not even like UVA is spectacular, but just Stanford is so unbelievably bad. And UVA kind of hung with NC State a couple of weeks ago. That game was 15.5. I would feel probably pretty comfortable laying that with UVA because Stanford's so bad.
Talking with our friend Denton Day, college football overtime on Sirius XM, the college football insider of the B. Mitch and Finley program. You can give Denton a follow at the Denton Day, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. All right, let's get to the big boys. Let's get to top 5, top 10 teams. Ohio State has a really impressive win over Texas week 1. I wonder if that win's looking less impressive as Arch continues to kind of muck it up. What team has impressed you most through 3 weeks of college football?
It's probably been Oregon. I had high expectations, not massive, but high expectations for them, and they've hit the ground running this season with a new quarterback. They've been really in control of a lot. Now they made me upset last week because I had them covering 28.5, and they let Northwestern get cute at the end. But I think offensively,
I had Northwestern.
I know, good for you. They've looked really good, though, and they're one of the only teams that offensively has been really consistent throughout the first couple of weeks and consistently good. Because all of these other teams, I mean, you can't really tell with Ohio State. They played Texas and then a bunch of nobodies. Penn State really hasn't played anybody of note. And LSU has played good teams, but offensively they haven't been as dynamic and as explosive as they've been in years past. So I'd say Oregon, at least in the early stages, has looked really, really good.
But the thing with Arch, let's go back to Arch Manning, okay? I felt that if Arch was as good as everyone said, he would have been playing because yours didn't play great all the time. Now he's getting the chance to play, and he's looking very average. The first week, I was like, okay, first game, let's see. He's looked the same. Is he good or is he not?
He is right now average. He has the yips, and I think that's apparent, and I don't know how you break a quarterback out of that. I don't know if there needs to be like a J.J. McCarthy meditation session. I don't know if you need to take a seat for a little bit. He has the yips.
It's virtual reality.
You verge for something. I don't know what it needs to be because all the signs from practice have said he's been really good, and then when he gets to the game, he's just not good. So maybe that's they don't practice hard enough, and they need to up the way that they practice. But he's not seeing things right now, and he's very, very talented, and they have a lot of really good, skill position players and a really good coach that can call an offense, but it's not clicking, and it's really unnerving, I would say, for Texas that it's not clicking against like UTEP. If you're bad against Ohio State in week number 1, it's Ohio State in week number 1. When you can't score against UTEP, there's a larger problem there. And
That's
I don't know how
the problem right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hell of a problem.
Notre Dame, 0-2 to start the season. Now, they've had 2 really close losses to 2 top 10 teams. They lost to Miami in the opener, and then that game against A&M the other night was an awesome game. They lost there. 0-2 Notre Dame still getting in the playoff?
So they have an easy schedule the rest of the way, but that also could haunt them because I don't know how many opportunities you'll get for big ranked wins. You would think they play USC in like a month. You would think that USC in a month will still be ranked, and who knows, maybe by the time they play Navy, Navy will be ranked. But that's kind of it in terms of good quality wins. And you don't play in a conference. You don't get the benefit of a conference championship. And you also, because you don't play in a conference, you don't get a lot of strong opponents. Because if you look across all the other conferences, all 4 conferences have really strong opponents. We're so accustomed to the ACC not, and sometimes the Big 12 doesn't, but all of these conferences are pretty decently balanced in terms of getting teams in the rankings, and Notre Dame doesn't have a lot of those opportunities. Now, they are still Notre Dame, and people will look at the quality losses and say, hey, those are quality losses. That's why they're still ranked 24th in the country despite being 0-2. But I don't know. They're going to need to win with some style points and win out. If they suffer a third loss, they're out of there.
Penn State hasn't played anybody. They got a bye this week, and then Oregon coming to town. Well, what do you make of the Nittany Lions? I mean, they're rolling people. They look good, but they're
doing what they're supposed to do.
Toledo and stuff.
Yeah, rolling Villanova is not that impressive to me. That's what you're supposed to do as a team as talented as Penn State. It feels like they have an issue getting into second gear. They ride first gear way too long, and once you start playing teams that are in your same weight class, even if it's not like an Oregon, right? There's Big Ten teams that have legitimate talent. If you wait too long to get into second gear, you're going to have some problems. And then those problems are magnified when you play a team like Oregon, right? So next weekend is going to be a really big test for Penn State because they've had everything has been in their favor, right? They bring all this talent back. James Franklin finally has the most talented roster potentially in the country. Like all these things point to Penn State dominating, and they've done that against the bad teams. I'm very, very skeptical to see what they're going to do against the good teams, where James Franklin historically has not performed very well. So I'm not fully in on the Nittany Lions yet.
Is James Franklin's seat hot?
No, because if it were hot, it would have been hot years ago. With the 12-team playoff, it allows for a little bit of complacency, and as long as you're getting into the playoff, that's kind of okay. And Penn State's always going to be in a position where they're getting into the playoff. I just don't know that they're going to constantly be in positions where they're winning championships, or at least in that conversation the way that they are this year. But they've told us, I mean, his record against Ohio State and Michigan speaks for itself, and they're saying that's okay. As long as we're still in conversations at the end of the year, we can be okay with losing to Ohio State and Michigan, so I don't think that's changed.
Speaking of getting into the playoff, Bama gets drubbed week 1 at Florida State. Seminoles look legit. Bama's rebounded. It's one thing to beat up on Louisiana Monroe, but last week they beat up Wisconsin pretty good, and Wisconsin is not that great, but still, that's a Big Ten opponent. What do you make of Bama at this point?
I kind of like Bama, honestly. They have used the 2 games after Florida State the way that big programs are supposed to, which is making your quarterback comfortable. It's really difficult. As fans, it's great to see big school play big school week number 1, but it's really difficult to hit the ground running if you're playing a great team, right? Like, these are why they have these layup games so early. I think they've utilized the layup games really, really well. I don't know that they're a national championship contender, but I feel way more confident about Bama now than I did after watching them against Florida State, because at the very least, it looks like the quarterback is now comfortable and he's seeing things the way that Kalen DeBoer wants him to see things. So we'll see once they start playing higher level SEC competition, but I feel way better about Bama now than I thought I would after that Florida State game.
Good enough to where they'll be in the playoffs?
Yes. I do think they're going to get there.
You a little hesitant on that, didn't?
Well, so like the Oklahoma is a very big question mark right now because this Mateer kid is really, really good. But I don't know if you guys have looked at their schedule. It's a doozy, man. I mean, they got Auburn this week, and then you get Kent State, which Kent State is just going to they're getting paid a lot of money to get their ass whooped a lot this year. But then you get Texas, South Carolina, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Bama, Missouri, LSU to close. Like, that's a gauntlet for Oklahoma. So I feel good about the Sooners. I don't know if I feel good that they're going to run that table. And I think Alabama, they might have 3 losses, but this is the year that I think a 3-loss SEC team gets in.
Dude, we talked earlier about a hot seat. What about Clemson and Dabo? I mean, they were people I like care about their opinion in college football really liked them as a title contender, and they're now, 1-2?
Yeah.
They just lost to Georgia Tech. They're not ranked. What the hell is going on at Clemson?
One of the most embarrassing, looking back on it, hindsight being 2020, the most embarrassing conversations is myself and Stanford Steve trying to convince you 2 guys to bet Clemson to win the national championship when we were standing at Commanders practice a couple weeks ago, and they look awful. I mean,
we kind of like ignored you too, didn't we?
I did not put that future in.
Yeah, I feel like such an idiot for saying that. You know, it's funny. Dabo is kind of what Dabo is, and he did this like long-winded press conference about if you're not buying in on us now, you're not a real fan. Shut up. That's so obnoxious. It's so goofy. But Kate Klubnik was on a podcast before the season started, and he was like, everybody wants me to suck. And 3 weeks into the season, Kate Klubnik is a man of the people because he's not very good. He did not take that next step that I thought he was going to take. Defensively, they're still pretty sound, but you can't score points. They can't run the ball. The quarterback can't throw the ball very good. They're a bit of a disaster, and they have blinked, and everyone in the ACC, Miami, Florida State, and now clearly Georgia Tech, they are now rising back up to the level that Clemson held basically by themselves for years. So the ACC's gotten a lot better, and Clemson has not. I think they're in a lot of trouble.
He better get off of that soapbox and start doing what everybody else is doing.
Dabo just...
All right, we're not going to do this. I don't like that. You better start liking it.
Permanently
You better just change your mind like Bear Bryant did back in the day.
Riding around
Bet you
on
get
a
some
high
of them,
horse.
dog.
You talked to ACC. What about the U? They look damn good. The way their defensive front gets pressure and Carson Beck's looking good. What do you make of the Hurricanes?
I like them. I didn't think I would. I like them. I don't really love Mario Cristobal. I am very frightened that there's going to be a game in November that he just royally screws up. But everything that they've done this offseason, I was not a fan of Carson Beck at Georgia. They're now putting Carson Beck in a position to be successful. They run the ball really well, and as you mentioned, the trenches are built really, really well for Miami. And on top of that, they have good guys on the outside, too. I think the U's in a really, really good spot right now. I didn't think they would be. Again, still nervous about like a random game in November, but I think they built their team out very, very well.
Coaching matters in college.
Not really the best weekend in college football. This isn't the worst weekend to play golf or something. On Saturday,
you'll miss a great game.
Inevitably, there will be a great game, but I don't think you have a top 10 matchup. What games are you watching this weekend?
So I'm going to be locked into Auburn and Oklahoma just to see if Mateer can do it again against a big-time opponent. Did it against Michigan. I want to see what he can do against Auburn. If you want a high-scoring game, noon, Utah and Texas Tech. That one's being played at like 10 a.m. local time in Utah. Why that's the noon kickoff, I have no idea, but they wanted that big Fox slot. I think you could see a whole lot of offense in that one. And then don't be surprised if Nebraska can kind of push 21 Michigan. Yeah, it's a home game for Nebraska. I've been big on Nebraska. I think they need to win this one if any hope of my 7-1 Nebraska playoff ticket is going to cash out. But I think Nebraska could push Michigan. I think they're much more well balanced. And then, I mean, you get Florida and Miami, and then Illinois and Indiana for the nightcap. Illinois, Indiana might actually be a whole lot of fun, but I recognize
Florida's not
if
that
you're
good,
like
dog.
college football, you're not being like, man, I can't wait to watch Illinois and Indiana.
Yeah, I don't think Florida's that good this year.
No, they're
I
not.
think
I mean,
my buddy's going to be looking for a job, and then I think he's going to be looking for a job.
Who's going to get that Gators job? Gruden?
Ironically, it's either going to be Gruden or the guy from USF. So the guy that beats them, that really put them in a tailspin, might end up being the one that takes the job.
All right. D-Day, we appreciate you. We're taking the Terps.
Appreciate you, bro.
So it sounds like we're taking the Terps this weekend. Maybe we're taking the Cornhuskers this weekend. What do you think, to appease White Brian and his War Eagle Auburn Tigers, what do you think of Auburn, Oklahoma, quick?
I'm taking Oklahoma, laying the 6.5. For White Brian, no, take the over. I think a lot of points are going to be scored in that one.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, see you, fellas.
So Brian's cheering for another sucky team, huh?
They're ranked. They're undefeated so far. That's our guy, Denton Day. Give him a follow at the Denton Day. When we return, Mark Seagraves live from City Hall with updates on the RFK bill. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino Lock and Key. They're your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn told reporters that quarterback Jaden Daniels, who's currently dealing with a sprained knee, will not practice today, and the team will have an update on his status after Friday's practice. Now, even though Daniels won't practice today, Quinn did note that he had a good rehab session today and threw out on the field. And another injury update, this time for the Jets. They will not have their starting quarterback when they take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Sunday. Aaron Glenn ruled out Justin Fields due to a concussion that he suffered during the loss to the Bills. Tyrod Taylor will start for the Jets. Taylor completed 7 of 11 passes for 56 yards and 1 touchdown in relief of Fields on Sunday. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch at Finley, 106.7 The Fan. As much as we're focused on Jaden Daniels, there is other bigger news for the city. That is the RFK Stadium development, redevelopment, and nobody's been all over this story better than our friend Mr. Mark Seagraves. Seagraves joins us now. Mark, you're at City Hall. What is going on here, dude?
That's a great question, and I appreciate being back. I'm having withdrawals. It's been weeks since I've been on sports radio, so I'm really missing you guys. So, look, the D.C. Council, in typical fashion, the hearing, the legislative session where they were going to take the final vote was supposed to start nearly 3 hours ago. And it is not started because the chairman and some council members are still in negotiations with the commanders over some of the amendments that will be proposed today in the final vote. Now, this is typical for legislation at any level, whether you're at D.C. or the federal government, Congress. You know, when they take first and second votes, there's always changes between those. That's to be anticipated. I know a lot of people are upset, you know, hearing about these last-minute amendments, but this is not unusual for any legislative body and any bill, particularly of this magnitude. So just so you know that, this is all part of the process. But there's a problem, because there are several amendments that are being proposed today by various council members that the Washington Commanders put out a letter this morning to the members of the D.C. Council, basically warning them that some of these amendments that are being proposed are a deal breaker for them. Now, they did not specify which amendments, and when I called the Commanders front office and asked them to hey, which amendments are they declined to comment. But we know there are several amendments being proposed that would impose some much stiffer penalties on the Commanders if they miss deadlines for development. And none of this has to do with the stadium. This is because, in addition to the stadium, the Commanders are the master developer for the entire site, and that means the mixed-use retail, grocery stores, affordable housing, all that's going to come in the years after the stadium opens. There are council members that want deadlines, and there are deadlines in the original agreement with penalties, but many of those penalties don't kick in until 2050. And so there are council members now who want to make those penalties, or they call them incentives, to be higher in cost, the actual monetary amount, and kick in sooner rather than later. And we suspect that those are the amendments that the Commanders have a problem with. And in the breakfast meeting this morning, the chairman mentioned that the Commanders do have problems with some of those. One in particularly would take the land back from the Commanders' control, give it back to the district if the Commanders had not developed that piece of property in a suitable amount of time. And the Commanders told the chairman that hurts them in the ability to get financing for a long-term project. So these are the hurdles, these are the roadblocks. They're serious roadblocks that they're facing right now. I think I hope by the end of the day, we get a vote, because things are moving so far behind schedule now. I don't anticipate an actual vote coming until sometime this evening. But I think at the end of today, they will have approved, given final approval to this stadium deal. It's just a question of what it will look like and whether the Commanders can live with it.
Did they really anticipate them just accepting that?
Well, so some of the amendments they will. For instance, there's discussions and concerns over environmental impact. There are heritage trees in the area that people don't want cut down, and it appears that the Commanders have agreed to some of that language. The chairman, Mendelson, is putting in an amendment in the form of a substitute that has some changes to the actual timeline and penalties when they kick in, and he says he's discussed these with the Commanders, and the Commanders are open to those. So there are clearly some of these that have been negotiated with the Commanders that the Commanders are okay with, but there are clearly some that are not. Now, the question is, do these amendments pass? Do these council members have 7 votes to get these amendments attached to this bill? And that's what the drama that we're going to see play out here on the dais if they ever get started. Again, I just can't stress enough, these guys are 3 hours late. The hearing room is packed with residents both for and against this bill. And there's a lot of other very important legislation being passed today, dealing with the juvenile curfews, dealing with rental assistance and affordability for housing, a lot of important work. And the hearing room is packed with residents who have been waiting hours for this session to start, and it still has not started. It was scheduled to start at 11 this morning.
Talking with our friend Mark Seagraves from NBC4. You can give Seagraves a follow at, I lost you here, Mark, at Seagraves, NBC4, SEGRAVES, NBC4, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV. All right, so it seems like the Commanders and the mayor are going to do what needs to be done on these trees. It seemed like the biggest thing was a $10 million a year penalty on housing if it doesn't meet the right timeline. Is that one that what the Commanders would be like, hell no, we can't do that?
It's $1 million per year. But yes, and again, the Commanders have not specified. But when the chairman was talking, and just kind of, following this as closely as we do it and knowing the impact of these, of some of these amendments, these are most likely the ones that the team finds problematic because it changes it moves, I'll use a sports tonight, right? It moves the goalpost, right? For when these penalties would kick in. And what the Commanders apparently have told the chairman, and the chairman agrees with them, is that there are things that will be out of the control of the Commanders, particularly zoning, right? There's going to have to be a lot of zoning done in order to do both the stadium and the mixed use. They are going to probably exempt the stadium from zoning restrictions, but not the mixed use. And zoning hearings can take years, can take 1 to 2 years. And so what Mendelson has proposed is instead of starting the clock ticking today on these deadlines, the clock would not start ticking until the zoning is approved. And that's actually a good thing for the Commanders because it gives them a multi-year buffer there. But when you talk about other things in the nature of, taking the land back from the Commanders' control if they don't meet certain deadlines, the Commanders have told the chairman, that negatively impacts their ability to do long-term borrowing to pay for this. And so, the devil is in the details with this stuff. I can tell you that as recently as the last 20 minutes, the chairman and Councilmember Charles Allen were on the phone in a private meeting with Commanders officials trying to hash out some of this to see where they can get to. But again, this is a pretty normal thing in any legislative body and legislative process. It's not unique to D.C. or unique to this deal. And I do believe at the end of the day, this gets passed, maybe the end of the night, this gets passed. But again, if one of these amendments, particularly being proffered by either Matt Fruman, who voted no in the first vote, or Robert White, actually makes it onto the legislation, is approved by their colleagues, then the Commanders are going to have a tough decision to make, whether they want to just say no. And Chairman Mendelson, in the meeting said, hey, I've talked to the Commanders. They're frustrated and that they're at the end of their patience. And that worries me. That's a direct quote from Chairman Mendelson after talking to the Commanders ownership team about these amendments that were only first made public late last night. And that's another concern for a lot of people, that this is happening at the very last minute.
That's like throwing a monkey wrench in the deal, man, where you wait. You got it, but then you try to throw it in the last second as if somebody's going to just look past it. And I understand that it happens in legislative areas, but I grew up in the most corrupt political state in the world, Louisiana. And you know what? We do stuff like that. And the D.C. don't want it because we lose a lot of stuff because trying to circumvent stuff and throw something at people at the last second, that pisses off people. And people with money, you don't want to piss them off, especially when you're in the financial crunch as D.C. is.
Councilmember Brooke Pinto, during the breakfast meeting discussions, made that very point, that D.C., in her determination, does not want to be known as a city that can't get along with the business community and can't do public-private partnerships and can't be trusted when they reach a deal. And so, my guess is that most of these amendments will not pass, but they'll take hours to debate, and we won't know until the end. But if any of them do, it'll be up to the Commanders to decide whether they want to go along with them. And look, here's what's lurking in the background. I'm on the top floor of the Wilson Building here at 14th and Pennsylvania Avenue, and I'm looking out this window at the White House. It is not out of the realm of possibilities that the President of the United States and the Congress could just say, hey, D.C. is screwing this up. We want it to happen. It's our land. We're just going to step in. And at that point, there is a fear that some people have discussed with me that if the president does get involved, that he would make changing the name back to the old name part of the deal. And I can tell you on background, I'm told both team officials and city officials they don't want federal interference, and they don't want to be compelled to change the name back. They want to get this deal done today, get it done, get it signed, get it delivered, and just start putting a shovel in the ground and not have to worry about federal interference.
Wow. I mean, don't these people realize the weight of this decision and the enormity of all the things that will change if they just slow this down too much over what I imagine
they do.
is
But, what the Matt Frumans and Robert Whites, would say to you is that, look, these guys are billionaires. They're used to playing rough and tumble in these kinds of negotiations. We got to be willing to go toe-to-toe with them and sharpen our elbows and play rough with them. And at the end of the day, they've invested too much to turn back now, and what they're asking for. And I will say, there's a good argument to be made that much of what they're asking for is in the benefit of the citizens of D.C. It's not like anybody's asking for anything so completely outrageous or anything, beneficial to any specific council member or their ward. They just want, in their words, more accountability and assurances that this will get done, because this is such a long-term project. I mean, many of us may not be alive at the end of, the 20, 30-year timeline for all of this development, because for the D.C. government, this is not just about a stadium, right? It's 180 acres of prime waterfront, metro-accessible land that has been underutilized for decades, and this is their opportunity to make something great happen on that land, like we see at the Southwest waterfront, the Wharf, and other places around town. And so they just want to ensure that they have no doubt the team is going to get the stadium up by 2030, right? That they're heavily motivated to get that. They just want to make sure they're equally as motivated to get the rest of the development done, the housing, the parking, the grocery store, the retail, the jobs, because that's when the city starts seeing their real benefits, right? The real payday from taxes and revenue from this site doesn't come from the stadium. right? It will come from the surrounding mixed-use development. And so they want to ensure that that's going to happen and that there's accountability for that. So that would be their argument, their defense.
I know you're busy. Appreciate you making time.
All right, man.
If you want to join us live on All Ears tonight in studio, you're very welcome. I'm sure you don't, but thank you.
Thanks for having me, you guys. I'll keep you posted.
All right. That's
All right,
our friend Mark Seagraves from NBC4. Great job covering all things DC Council and where this thing is going. Give him a follow at Seagraves NBC4. When we return, we've got to make some bets, wrap up the poll question. Nobody go anywhere. Don't you come back no more. All right, the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day. How worried are you about Jaden's knee? Options were very worried, a little worried, or not worried at all. Results are 20% very worried, 56% a little worried, 22% not worried at all. Honestly, I think those numbers are pretty fair. I think that makes sense. The AAA poll of the day brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series, Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Hold up, Sylvester Stallone's name is Dwight in that show?
Yeah.
I can't. When I hear Dwight, all I think of is Dwight Schrute from The Office. That's a tough name for a tough guy in a TV show. We end every program by making bets. Let's do it.
Lord. Gather around, gather around.
Man, the Nats last night, Mackenzie Gore threw a gem. It was 0-0 through 9 innings, and then the Nats gave up 5 in the 10th. What time did that game even finish? Because that didn't start till late. White Brian, what do you got?
Yeah, Landfill won his parlay where he faded the Nats in the doubleheader. Jeff won, and then me, you, and B. Mitch all lost.
I'm 0-2 this week, right?
Oh, man. I lost.
You lost, V.
Tigers.
White Brian's taking the Tigers. Is there more weather down there in
No,
Navy Yard?
he said I lost with the Tigers.
Oh. Is it still raining down there? That's a 4 o'clock start for the Nats today. I wonder if weather will impact that at all like it did last night.
It could.
Landy, what do you like today, buddy?
Braves money line.
Damn, you're going to keep riding this, huh?
Sure am.
Kind of don't blame you.
Give me the Diamondbacks. And the Guardians.
Ooh. Where are your Mets, White Brian, in that last wild card in the NL?
Nope, I don't want the Guardians. Give me the White Sox. the Red Sox.
Mets are 2 up.
Okay.
Diamondbacks and Red Sox.
There you have it. What do you like, Dub B?
Padres.
Damn, hater. I was about to go the other way on that.
Go the other way. You can hate on him back.
Well, it's weird for me that White Brian's going to bet against the Mets.
No, it's not. He knows his team sucks.
You know what? Fine.
That means he's smart.
I'll take the Mets. Boom. Eat it, White Brian. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Mark Seagraves for joining us. He's having a busy, busy day. Another packed show coming your way tomorrow. Great and Danny coming your way next. B and I will be back out here in Ash Vegas tomorrow. The best I've thought of to explain the changes. It went from Ashburnistan to Ash Vegas. And if you know, you know. Great and Danny coming your way next. Thanks for listening. You made this far. I owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. So no real update on Jaden Daniels besides that he had a good rehab session today and threw out on the field. Washington Commanders head coach Dan Quinn told reporters that quarterback Jaden Daniels will not be practicing today. The team will have an update on his status after Friday's practice. Quinn did say, though, that Daniels will need to get practice time with the rest of the team before the Commanders would okay clearing him for Sunday's game against the Raiders. So that's something to watch. Jaden Daniels will have to practice with the team if he's going to play this week. And Joe Burrow left Sunday's game with turf toe. And reporters said after the game that Burrow would miss at least 3 months of action. He's been placed on the injured reserve, and head coach Zach Taylor would not put a definitive timeline on his return. He also wouldn't even give a date that Joe Burrow was set to have surgery, but we know he's having surgery. The only thing that he was clear about is that Joe Burrow is not out for the season. They anticipate his return, but only time will tell when that will be because apparently Zach Taylor won't. And one more quarterback update. New York Jets head coach Aaron Glenn confirmed that quarterback Justin Fields is officially out for Sunday's game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Jets quarterback entered the league's concussion protocol and will sit out week 3. Tyrod Taylor is getting the start for the winless Jets. This will be their first road game of the season. You're busy. We get it. We offer online evening and weekend classes. PGCC works around your life, not the other way around. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
A good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny one more time. We've got a shorty for you today because of Nats baseball. They are at Nats Park. They play today at 4:05. That means we're out of here around 3:30 today. So 90 minutes of us will get you ready for Charlie Slows and Eric Bach on the call of Nats baseball coming up next hour. There's a lot to get into, Danny. We can't waste any time because we don't have enough of it today.
Yeah.
So we'll start with the update. You just heard Savannah in the top of the hour update tell you. Jaden Daniels threw on the field today, went through some rehab, is not practicing, and Dan Quinn said something I thought was really interesting. He basically says, we'll know more on Friday, we'll get back to you on Friday. I took that to mean Daniels is not going to practice tomorrow either. Now, maybe he's just saying, I don't plan on answering any questions on Daniels tomorrow, but he basically said, we'll see what he can do on Friday. Well, it's Wednesday. There's a practice between now and then. So I think it's possible he doesn't do anything today, doesn't do anything tomorrow. You know, I'm on record saying I don't think he's going to play on Sunday. They're not going to just come out and say that, though. This group loves keeping all options on the table.
Loves their gamesmanship, yeah.
They love the Raiders having to prepare for 2 quarterbacks. So either that's what's happening or there's a real chance Daniels guts through this thing and plays. But I did find it interesting that Dan Quinn said today he has to practice to play. Remember, last year when he broke the rib, going into that Bears game, he basically didn't do anything all week long until walking in a few drills on Friday, and he played anyway. But on a knee, it sounds like it's different. Dan Quinn says, I got to see him practice and get real reps for him to play on Sunday.
Yeah, so I think it's good to hear that because it clearly understands the difference between the two injuries. One is a pain threshold tolerance thing where you're not going to push it, make somebody miserable just to drop back a couple times and throw a check down to Austin Eckler in practice. This is a can you go? Not a can you deal with the pain? Not a let's get you an injection and wrap it up tight and see how you're working. It's are you you? Is there any way that you could do the things that make you special or make you able to protect yourself, etc.? And that's the test versus okay, if we wrap it up and then between every possession, we'll put you in a super heated parka and someone will be massaging your midsection and your rib and we'll get you this injection and that pain treatment and whatever. That's a management thing. This is not. There's a difference.
So I saw in my For You tab that one of the podcasts in town had tweeted something to the effect of, I don't understand the sick Jaden Daniels if he's not 100% crowd. And I had responded and I was like, well, if it's said like this, is it easier to understand? Because I guess I'm part of that crowd. I don't think he should play if he's not around 100%. I said, what about if you call it the rest of the quarterback who scrambles more than every other quarterback in the league when he has a sprained knee crowd? Does that sound as crazy? And their point was, yep, still crazy. The response was, this isn't the NBA, MLB, NHL. You can't sacrifice a game or two, especially with their schedule. If the injury's bad enough, you can't execute a game plan, fine, sit him. Otherwise, go out there and fight alongside your brothers at less than 100%, which is like that tough guy NFL mantra of we play hurt and what have you. This is not a pinky. This is not a rib. This is a knee for a quarterback who runs as much as any quarterback not named Lamar Jackson in the NFL. So in the same way that a lot of people can't understand the rest of the quarterback who scrambles more than every other quarterback in the league when he has a sprained knee crowd, I don't understand the let's be careful in week 3 with the face of the franchise who's the most important player to the entire outfit crowd. So that can go both ways, I suppose.
I guess the defiance and the pride and not having learned a single thing, having gone through this before. Sorry. Who am I talking about? A really athletic, gifted quarterback sprains his knee during the season. He's already played through some other injuries that maybe he could have sat for. Who am I talking about? Because it applies to both of them. It absolutely does. Griffin was concussed. They just trotted him out there the following week when he got brained against, I think it was Cincinnati or somebody when they're running the triple option, which was preposterous. They just trotted him out there the next week. Had other hits and injuries and things where he clearly wasn't 100%. Has that sprained knee, and they couldn't wait to get him back out there. We have a sprained knee situation now. Our player, currently, who's wonderful and I love so much, played through something that probably should have had him out for a game or two last year. And here we are. You're excited to demonstrate that you learned nothing. You can't wait to show it. Cool, I guess that's awesome. I mean, there's this whole expression about history, and if you don't know it, something else happens to you. I can't bother to look it up. Who cares? Brotherhood, machismo, headbutt. Enjoy it. Congrats.
Yeah, I'm not going to go 100% in either direction, right? Like, I'm not angry at anybody that says he should play because we don't have all the information. We don't know how healthy he is, how healthy he isn't. The team does. I just know what I've heard, which is that if he would play this weekend, that it would mean he made a pretty incredible recovery, and it would be really, really hard for him to just naturally be all the way back come 10 days after that injury. So if he needs to do a bunch of helpful things to get on the field and be himself, anti-inflammatories and pain medication and all this other stuff, while that's part of it, that's part of this league, the brotherhood's a real thing. I understand. Everybody wants to be out there and be reliable, especially the CEO of the company, of your Fortune 500 operation here, the quarterback. The season is not won or lost this weekend, number one. Number two, and people might even disagree with this, but I would go as far as to say, without him, you're still favored to win, and it's a very winnable football game. That should factor into this as well. I know some people would say it doesn't matter at all if they're playing the Raiders or the Browns or the Packers again, that it should have no bearing on the decision. That's probably a reasonable take. But he's not practicing today, based on what Dan Quinn said, and we'll play all the audio for you coming up next segment. It sounded to me like he's not going to do much, if anything, tomorrow, and then they'll see what happens on Friday if he's able to get through any part of practice. But you guys can hear for yourselves and take out of that whatever you'd like. We'll have that Dan Quinn audio queued up for you as soon as next segment. But right now I wanted to get into the stadium deal because that's the other of the leads today. In fact, we've got a poll of the day. We're posting on Twitter on the 1067 The Fan page right now. You can go vote. The G&D poll of the day via Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. What are you guys more worried about, and what are you more interested in today? The status of Jaden Daniels for this Week 3 football game with the Raiders with a knee that he's dealing with, or the stadium deal possibly being on the fritz? This is incredible, and somehow, Danny, this is simultaneously unfathomable and so expected. Mm-hmm. Welcome to politics in the nation's capital, man. Did we call this or did we call this? And I'm not even going to pat ourselves on the back because I think everybody called this. It's not going to be easy. It's never easy. So what is happening for those of you that have not heard or haven't gotten a lot of intel on this? Yesterday, ahead of a vote today, noon is when, For the first time, the council's back together, first time in weeks, in session, voting on a bunch of things. One of the things they'll vote on today was supposed to have been the second vote to confirm what they've already said yes to, which was the stadium deal with the Commanders. I don't know why this is this way. I can't explain it. A grown-up could tell me like I'm 5, and maybe I would understand. I don't know. But the way they do things in D.C. is they pass the stadium deal 6 weeks ago, and then they have to come back together, the exact same group, 6 weeks later, and pass it again. That's how they do things. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but here we are. So in the intermediary here, in the time between now and then, there's been this back and forth, from what I can tell, between the team and the city council, where different members have raised these issues that they still have, and they have put forth these amendments, many of which the team has told them are non-starters. Hey, man, we have a deal. You guys have already said yes to it. 9 of you said yes. We needed 8 of you to say yes. On the next vote, we need 7 of you to say yes. You guys have agreed to the deal that we've agreed to. We've all agreed to the deal. We like the deal. You liked the deal. We're going to keep moving forward with this deal. The amendments from individual council members include things like housing restrictions and parking restrictions and environmental protections and individual members. And so I don't have any inside information here, but these things can be everything from, hey, if you get rid of that tree we don't want, we're angry and you got to do this. Or it can be something like, I'd imagine when you're building this stadium, you have to do it in the way that we want you to, or else we're going to fine you, or what have you. And so if they come back to them the day before this vote, after all the dinners and all the meetings and all the cross-the-aisle conversations that they've had and all the discussions, and now they sit down today and they're voting on these amendments that they've told the team they want to add to the deal. Well, the team doesn't have to agree to any of these things. We know from the letter sent by the president of the team today.
Doesn't seem like they do.
They don't agree to any of this stuff. They don't want these additions. So the city council will pass this deal. I think that's going to happen. They only need 7 votes. They had 9 last time. The question is, do they pass any of these amendments as well? Because if they pass this housing restriction amendment, this parking restriction amendment, this environmental protection amendment, then this is now a new deal that the team has not agreed to. So the deal that got passed that they agreed to last time, everyone high-fived and said 6 weeks from now it's all over, it will have changed, and the team has the opportunity now to get out of this deal if they want to. So what I think is going to happen today, if I had to guess from what I'm hearing, is that the stadium deal will get the 7 votes and will pass again, and everyone will think, oh, much ado about nothing, it's over. The only thing that matters is not that, though. It's do these other amendments that the team wants nothing to do with also pass? Because if so, this is an altered deal that the team, presumably, based on the letter we saw from Mark Klaus, wants nothing to do with and views some of these things as non-starters and non-negotiables. We've already given you asked for a mile, we drove a mile. Now you're asking for a few more miles at the last minute that we haven't agreed to, and you're going to vote yes on those. Seems like bad business.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as you said, par for the course. This sort of stuff happens all the time. It just happens to be in our sphere now, where it's the pro sports stadium, this once in a lifetime thing, presumably. So we're seeing it play out. I mean, again, remember in Virginia when Madam Meme, I forget her name, but I want this. Here you go. Here's this that you wanted.
Oh, who is the meme lady?
Louise Lucas. There it is.
Louise Lucas.
I would like these 3 things. Okay, here's those 3 things. No deal. Okay, like again, it's the I didn't expect I would get that, so I got that, or whatever. So I see Eric Flack, from Channel 9 locally, interviewing somebody from the Sierra Club today. They've now made their presence known in this. So that's
the environmental group?
Yeah, the environmental group.
The trees can't get cut down people?
Yes, so they got to, it sounds very sinister. I'm just saying. So clearly their influence or their talking points got in here somehow. It seems like he's down there on the office discussing the huge impact of the trees potentially. Eric Flack also reports that Mendelsohn is asking for a $10 million a year penalty if the team doesn't meet the housing timeline that they've established, right? Even if it's via good faith, even if it's for the sake of argument or making something up. All the rivets that were supposed to come in from Cleveland don't, for a reason that's beyond anyone's control. Now you'd go, well, we're actually going to be a month late, so it's supposed to be done December 1st, won't be done until January 1st. $10 million. Again, if it's through some egregious error and mess up, we can have a conversation. But just now to sort of automatically trigger a cash payment from the team. Again, this is the way that this council individually, we've spoken to each one of a lot of these people, and they are charismatic and charming and smart and intelligent and carrying a conversation to get their talking points out, etc. But as a collective, this is what they are. They're this. So as far as I can throw them is as far as I can trust them. Until it is a shovel is in the ground, I will never, ever, ever, and I mean ever once, count on anything being done when someone says it's done. And anybody that does, brace yourselves here, is a fool. You're a fool if you believe them at face value at all times. When it's done, it's done.
Well, I'm a fool. Let me start with
I'm not
that.
yelling at you.
Well, you're kind of yelling at me.
A little bit.
I thought this thing was over after the last vote because, in my opinion, what was going to happen was you were going to move forward 6 weeks later and you were going to have essentially the exact same vote, although one more guy was being added because Trayon White had been added back to the council, who had been arrested and all of these different allegations about him. What did he get in trouble for?
It was a bribery charge.
Okay, so now he immediately won in a landslide to get right back on the council, which we could probably do a segment on, but this is not the show to do that.
That's not that show. No,
so he is back. He is back now, almost immediately on the council. He, from what I could tell, was going to be pro this stadium based on the people I talked to anyway. So if anything, you might have even added a vote, whatever. But the point is...
He's a bit of a wild card, you'd say.
A little bit of a wild card. Either way, you had 9 yeses.
Yep.
They only need 7 this time. They needed 9 last time. Or they needed 8, actually. They got one more than that. So now you only need 7. Even if he's not a yes, unless 3 people basically change their votes, you're home free. So I thought this thing is over. I guess, and this is just where I don't know what I don't know. I always say, this is not what I got into this for. I don't know enough about local politics. I'm making calls and asking questions of anyone who will talk to me on all sides of this thing. I've talked to a bunch of the council members, people from the team over many, many months. All we're trying to do is educate the masses as best we can, and I'm happy to present both sides and let you guys kind of call your own shots here. That's perfectly fine. But what I kind of thought was, when you strike a deal, then that deal moves forward. What I didn't anticipate was a lot of these last-minute changes, and I just think we, as a show maybe, took our eye off the ball. Now, I could give you some excuses as to why. The season started. Football's being played. Jaden Daniels has a knee that I'm worried about. You got blown out by the Packers, and you destroyed the Giants, and I just kind of assumed this thing was going to work itself out. But after talking about nothing but this for weeks in the offseason, we kind of stopped doing that, and we moved on to the football season, and maybe we should have still been doing this. Maybe we should have still been having council members on and grilling them and seeing what was what, and are they okay with this? I just took their yes vote last time to mean they were okay with that. But I guess it's not that simple.
Yeah.
It really is wild when you think about it. But here's what's crazy to me. And again, this is where we brush up against politics. And I don't know if you can say the next word without a lot happening, right? But politically speaking, if anybody's tracking D.C. and the federal government and therein, all the things going on between the two right now, they are majorly at odds. Well, the president has made it very clear, being at the press conference with Josh Harris, being at a press conference with the mayor, that he wants the stadium in D.C. The council came on and said, he's not going to be involved. This is our job, whatever. If this doesn't work out where the council is moving forward with these amendments, the team wants nothing to do with these, do they pivot back to the mayor, who's on their side, not the council side, and say, let's call up the White House, and then does Trump rear his head in this, and somehow that becomes a thing moving forward? At a time, by the way, where there's unbelievable acrimony. Do you think he would pass at the opportunity to jump in right now and spite the D.C. City Council? So I think this could actually get really, really, really ugly if any of these amendments do pass. And that's got to be the card that the team has in its back pocket. Not that they want to play it, but I think that they feel like, I'd have to imagine, that he would be willing to go toe-to-toe with the D.C. City Council if need be. But only in D.C., bro. Only here. All I want is a stadium. That's all I want. I want football players to be able to play football on a indoor facility with turf field under, ideally, a retractable roof. It's probably just going to be enclosed. And a new stadium. And here, it takes all of this. It's pushing a boulder up a hill with a piano on our back while wearing Crocs. It is just impossible.
You were too young, but 21 years ago, we did this exact same dance with Linda Kropp and Nats Park. There was a deal. Everyone agreed to the deal. The deal's good. Major League Baseball's got a deal. The owner's got a deal. The city's got a deal. The deal's a deal. We got a deal. Can't wait for the deal. 11th hour, 12th hour, after midnight, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, all of a sudden, amendments get proposed. And you could see there are pictures. There was a couple famous ones. I was trying to find them just now. I couldn't. Where she's talking, and in the background, someone captures like someone else on the council, like with their palms up, like half sighing, half rolling their eyes, half going, "Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening right now." But this is par for the course when it comes to this. So who knows if it's I have no idea what people's motivations are. I don't know if it's grandstanding. I don't know if it's now all the cameras are on me one more time, I'm going to try to raise my profile. I don't know if it's you do this to keep Sierra Club donors happy that you proposed it and it got shot down, but it's not my fault. I have no idea. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on anybody. Simply saying, yeah, we did this before. 21 years ago, we were all right here I think it was in September. Could have been later on in the year. But I remember this almost to the day where everyone thought it was done, and she stood up and was like, "It ain't done. We need these crazy financing rules that has never happened before in the history of mankind." And everyone's like, "How the hell is that going to happen?" Arguments ensued. Eventually it got done. I still think it's eventually going to get done because really the team's will on this is pretty clear. They know the alternatives aren't viable
But
and aren't
who's
good.
going to be calling the shots?
I have no idea, honestly.
DC City Council or somebody else?
I honestly have no idea.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be difficult about it. I really don't know. But
I don't either.
To me, the driving force here are, not to sort of push all this stuff aside, the billionaires care where this thing goes. And you have a small team of billionaires together that would like it at this spot that has nostalgia and meaning for them. It's going to be there. How they get it, I don't know.
I can't believe we're here again. But yet it's so believable.
It's almost like we never left. Didn't we?
Nothing changed.
Just open up that closet. Oh, there you are.
We just stopped paying attention and started talking about football.
Mhm.
That's the only thing that's changed.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that it was a yes several weeks ago. But I feel like based on what we know of this ownership group, what we know about the Commanders, they feel like they negotiated in good faith, had these meetings, did the due diligence, met in the middle on everything that they were supposed to, and that a good deal was struck between the two sides. And everyone said as much, by the way, 6 weeks ago on both sides. It was a big victory lap. We had the council members on that were opposing it, saying, this is what happened. See, I told you so. Without putting words in his mouth, kind of paraphrasing, Charles Allen, his kind of tone on this was, see, I told you, just give me some time to get DC a better deal and we'll handle this thing. Well, okay, we got you a pretty good deal. You can't now get a different deal, better deal, at the expense of a team saying, no, we're not interested in that. So I do think they would not have a problem walking away. When I say that, I don't mean it means there'd never be a stadium here. But from this specific version of this deal,
right,
and possibly agitating federally to get some involvement here and some help, I think could be something that they should consider, may consider, if this goes sideways today. But the voting's ongoing. There's been nothing worth passing along yet on the Commanders front. They got a lot of things that they're doing first day back in session. But if any of these amendments pass, then I think it's on at that point. And now we're in for a long next couple of days, possibly, even when, and I won't say if, I'll say when, they get the 7 votes to pass the stadium again. With these amendments, that's almost irrelevant because it is a deal that they not only didn't agree to, but want nothing to do with in some capacities. That's one of 2 big issues we're tracking here.
We're just juggling.
The other's on the football field. Jaden Daniels' knee. Is he going to play against the Raiders? Let's hear from Dan Quinn next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for Week 3 where they'll take on the Raiders. Commanders back at practice today. Jaden Daniels was not on the practice field today, though, with the sprained knee. He did throw, but we'll know more about his status on Friday, according to Dan Quinn. Also for the Commanders, they placed cornerback Jonathan Jones on injured reserve with a hamstring injury and signed defensive end Preston Smith. Injuries around the league, Buffalo going to be without defensive tackle Ed Oliver and linebacker Matt Milano for tomorrow's matchup against Miami. Chargers edge rusher Khalil Mack is going to be out multiple weeks, but not a season-ending injury with his elbow injury. And the Jets have ruled out quarterback Justin Fields against the Bucs on Sunday. Baseball, Nats and Braves, final game of the 4-game series tonight. 4:05 first pitch right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes on Hurston Waldrop. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Tell him, Dylan Cruz. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan, a Darius Dameron, Ryan Clary, Toby Altizer production. Thanks to him for the update as we welcome you back to G&D. Let's update you on Jaden Daniels, and to do that, we've got audio from the head coach, Dan Quinn. So this is a little over a minute. I think it's a total of 3 questions, 3 answers from his press conference today. We'll react on the other side. But this is how DQ kicked off the presser today.
What is the plan for Jaden today and then the rest of the week?
Sure. So Jaden had a good rehab session today. He also threw out on the field. He won't practice today. And then as we get into Friday, I'll give you an assessment of where we're at after we go through practice on Friday.
How much are you finding that you're having to hold him back from doing too much at this point?
Yeah, we're going through that process. Like, that's him as a competitor. But we also, recognize the importance of the person, the player, what he means to the franchise. So we're also going to be smart, not just fast in this assessment. But this is a player that's absolutely wanting to do everything all the time. So it was a good start to the week for us, throwing the movements at the position. So I know we've talked a little bit about return to play, but there are position-specific skills that you do for each one. So he hit those today, which was a good start. And then, like I said, I'll give you the final update on Friday.
Do you need to see him back on the field with the rest of the team
Yes.
before you feel okay?
Yeah, I would. It's important, timing, reps, the movements. But it was a good first step to it, Nikki. But, we'd have to get some reps for sure.
John Keim, Nikki Javala asking questions of Dan Quinn today in his press conference in Ashburn. So, cliff notes there, good rehab session, did throw on the field today, which that was surprising.
Yeah, me too.
Interested to hear that. Put him out there, let him throw. Obviously, I'm sure he's throwing against air. As we get into Friday, an assessment on where we're at is going to be given. Did you take that as, that's when I'm going to tell you guys the likeliness of him playing, because that's when I have to, when they list probable, questionable, doubtful, whatever? Or did you take that as he's probably not practicing tomorrow, and we'll see if he could go Friday?
That one. In other words, I'm not sure what he's required to do in terms of tomorrow. I mean, I know you have to list the things of who practiced and their current status,
right,
et
it's just
cetera.
limited, full. That's basically it.
Or DNP, for whatever reason. So, but I think the next time he's required to let anyone know information or can face a question is Friday. So I think it's that.
They're holding him back. He acknowledged. He said, we got to be smart, not just fast, that he wants to do everything always, and we can't allow him to do everything as soon as he wants to. I found that encouraging, basically to say he's important to us. He's the guy that matters the most around these parts, without being able to say that. And they're going to do everything they can to make sure he doesn't push it too much. But he did say it's a good start, and he acknowledged the throwing and the movement both being where they wanted it to be today, so that's good. Lastly, he said he needs to practice to play. That, to me, was the answer he gave that I didn't anticipate.
Mm-hmm.
He could have easily said, I don't want to get into that, or we've seen enough of him, or he gets a lot of these reps with the VR stuff. So, because even if it's not true, by saying he needs to practice to play, now we know if he doesn't practice by Friday extensively, he's not playing. You've kind of given us the answer to the quiz, so to speak, by saying he needs to practice to play. My guess is he's going to be listed limited on Friday, or eventually he'll be listed limited, because for that limited distinction, quite literally all you have to do is just to be out there at some point.
Yep.
So like you could
individual drills, do nothing else.
You could do some indo stuff and throw at those nets. He's now limited in practice. You could just do some dropbacks against air, not even at full speed, and you're listed as limited. So no matter what, I'd be shocked if he's listed as did not practice today, tomorrow, and Friday, because now we know that means he's not playing based on what Dan Quinn said. I guess if you really want to read the tea leaves, he could also then mean that he could do the walkthrough Saturday, which they don't have to update anybody on what happens on Saturday. And maybe that means we saw him at practice. We saw enough of him that he could play. A la the rib injury against the Bears last year when I think everyone was pretty surprised that he came back and played so quickly. But I got to imagine he's talking more about what Jay Gruden told us. He's like, I need to see him sprint. I need to see him cut. I need to see him change direction. Everything that he might have to do in a game, I need to see him do on the practice field before I let him play.
Because that's what's different than last year. Again, they said, get your VR reps, get your walkthrough type stuff, but you're not facing anything. And Marcus Mariota is going to talk after practice. You don't have to, you're resting. And this is a pain management thing. This is a can you physically do it thing, which is different than are you tough enough to do it. You know what I mean? And last year he proved, by the way, tough enough. That is not a question. That's something that should never be brought up. Broken rib, he played. I think it actually got worse at one point during that Pittsburgh game, but that's, we're given so precious little information. I'm just using the eye test. So that was last year. He did the, hey, Jaden, are you tough enough? Please, that's past. Never bring that up again. No problem. That's in the rearview. This is not a toughness contest. This is can you physically do the things that will make me feel comfortable and at ease, right? I mean, the same thresholds that Alex Smith had to go through, for example. Obviously not the same injury, not the same circumstance, but me, Danny Rouillet, couldn't handle it. My stomach was queasy every time he would drop back to pass or, whatever. The defenders were trying to hit him. But as a head coach, here's what would go through my mind. This player is so valuable. Can I trust that you'll be fine if normal circumstances happen where you're hit, where someone tackles you from behind, where somebody's chasing you down and you cut back to the middle of the field, etc.? Right now, I don't trust it. I don't have the info that they do, but I'm just saying, simply seeing based on what I saw this past weekend, I would not feel comfortable yet. That's the kind of caution that I need, and it sounds like they've got some of that.
Well, the worst argument that I hear for playing him is from people who say, well, just play him and tell him stay in the pocket and only throw. As if that's real. As if that's an option. As if he's not wired to immediately leave the pocket as soon as he feels trouble based on years and years of making unbelievable highlight reel plays and scoring his teams a lot of points and moving the chains over and over again. And all of the positivity that comes from leading the NFL in scramble yards with 600 last year. That's not a thing. Now, different conversation. Can he win from the pocket? Of course he can. He proved it. He can read, he can dissect, he can make throws, he can do all those things as a pocket passer. The superpower is still the running ability, but it's a muscle memory thing. If you tell me, well, let's just not have any designed runs for Jaden Daniels. Great, no problem. That's not the same as he's not going to run the football. Nobody in the league scrambles on passing plays more than this guy since the beginning of last year. There is no reality where you can put him out there and tell him, don't scramble. I don't believe for 1 second, if you're saying you got to be in the pocket, we don't want you running around, don't risk it, that you can let him play. Because if he plays, he's going to be Jaden Daniels. And if he can't be Jaden Daniels, what is the point of asking him to play? I keep coming back to this. This is not a win to get into the playoffs division on the line game. This is not a playoff game, against Seattle or Green Bay or Detroit or any of the teams that they've played at home in the postseason. This is a home week 3 game against a Raiders team coming off of a gross loss on Monday Night Football, short rest with a bunch of injuries coming to your building when you haven't played since last Thursday. Act accordingly, please. Now, if he's 100%, and I always come back to this, of course, I'm not saying don't play him just because he suffered an injury against the Packers. I'm just saying if the injury is what I think a lot of us think it is, which is something that could linger for a week or two, why push it?
Yeah, the opponent part of it that you've hit on, I hear you, and it makes sense to me. I don't care if it's the Cowboys this weekend. You know what I mean? This, to me, is a great test for us all to understand something, right? We failed in 2012. Everybody failed. There are a few of us that are going, hey, would anybody have any caution for the hobbled player? He's cleared. He needs to be out there with his brothers. Enjoy the fruits of your labor. We somehow, through the grace of God, a decade plus later, have been given another opportunity to stand at the very same crossroads. And yet so many want to go down the whatever the team says is fine. It's football players. It's not playing tiddlywinks, or it's not what you guys deal with in the office because you strained your hamstrings. You can't play pickup hoops. We understand that there's a difference. I'm asking you all to understand there's a difference with the franchise quarterback, who's the reason that we're not sitting here going, hey, did they miss on Ben Sinnott? Hey, did they not get Luke McCaffrey right? Why isn't Johnny Newton doing the thing that they predicted, as a guy that's wreaking havoc in the backfield as a second rounder last year? What's going on there? And have they missed on guys like Noah Brown? Why isn't the receiver position better? No one's having those conversations because they went to the NFC title game last year because of this wonderful, wonderful, wonderful young man who I'm so grateful is here. Please take care of him. Please have that player have a constant, which is, I'd like to get on the field. I want to do everything I possibly can. That's good. That's what you should want. Now the adult in the room says, thank you, Jaden, for your enthusiasm. We're going to hold off for a week. And again, if he's fine, if he's actually good to go, let him go.
But people hear this and they're like, you're just holding him out for no reason. I think you'd acknowledge, just like I would, if you're watching a practice and you can't tell that anything happened to him,
then by all means.
In this hypothetical, no one's saying hold him out as an extreme precaution. What we're saying is if he's hobbled, if he looks a little different, if he has a weird gait, if he's limping a little bit, if he is not completely healed and recovered and he's getting shot up with Toradol or whatever they're using these days and anti-inflammatories just to go play because he gives you a better chance than Marcus Mariota, that's the wrong way to do it.
Yeah, and nobody is 100%. It's the NFL now cliche thing that everybody loves to spout off. This isn't a bruised tricep on his left arm. This isn't. Oh, you know what he did? He hit his funny bone kind of hard, and it's annoying. Knee. It's a knee. There are a couple of these things in everybody's body that are pretty critical, pretty important ones. That knee is one of those 2 or 3 right at the top of the list where you need it to be right. Please and thank you.
Do we think he plays on Sunday? We'll get into that next. What about you guys? Do you think that we see him play against the Raiders? The team seems to be keeping the possibility on the table deep into the week here. 800-636-1067. A year ago with the rib, a lot of people said he'd missed the Bears game, and then he didn't. You're listening to The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel is an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan, and they're getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride live lines, do whatever you want to do with FanDuel. Whatever your style, they've got you covered. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP with my promo code. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. Again, unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You've got to be 21 and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet, expiring 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's huge, really. I think that's what's been awesome about this team. We kind of preach it every single day, but just the brotherhood, the connection, regardless of how this situation plays out, just knowing that the guys have my back gives me confidence to just go out there and be myself and play to the best of my abilities.
Marcus Mariota is handling Jaden Daniels' normal Wednesday media obligation. Take that for what it's worth. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Not definitively telling of what they're going to do, but Daniels not at the press conference because of his health. Mariota is talking. And by the way, the team they play this weekend is a club that he started for and played games for as a backup in Vegas. The next 2 games are against the Raiders and the Falcons, 2 of his previous teams.
That's right. But didn't this happen last year? Or am I crazy? Mariota had to speak one of the days and ended up Jaden Daniels played that weekend?
When you're hurt,
yeah,
it's an easy out. And for the team specifically, I'm not saying Jaden wouldn't want to do it, but the team, the quicker they can get you away from the podium so you don't have to answer any questions.
Right.
How do you feel? What's the rehab? When are you going to be back? What kind of soreness? Also, they don't want anybody to see Jaden Daniels, it would appear to me. Like, best I can tell, I don't think he was around when they were at the available portion of practice. Maybe he was. I'll have to ask about that. But he certainly wasn't out there. I can't imagine he's going to be walking through the locker room. You haven't seen any eyewitness reports. I haven't. About, if he's hobbling or if he's limping. Like, you probably keep him out of sight, out of mind, and you keep everybody guessing and you play this game, which in some ways is what this is, as long as possible, about his status. Because that's kind of what this is for them. They're trying to keep it as vague as they can so nobody really knows how hurt is he, how healthy might he be by game time, and can he play on Sunday? Which brings us to our question. Do you think he plays in this game, and what's your level of confidence that he won't? We'll take your calls on this at 800-636-1067.
I don't believe he will. What I'm hearing makes me think that there's some level heads on some shoulders here. And I have no reason to not believe that, given what we've seen from this regime that's thoughtful and smart and has a plan, whether you agree with the plan or not. They have a plan and they execute against it, right? Instead of just, what we might try is a smaller receiver, maybe a bigger receiver. They know what they want. Again, whether you agree with them or not is a fun sports debate. But this regime, Peters, Quinn, and on down, have good level heads on their shoulders. And the way they've spoken about this makes me think that they get it. So I would say I'm probably 70% confident that he doesn't play this weekend. If he does, it means that he wasn't really that banged up to begin with, and he's actually good to go. And I will trust the idea that it's not just, well, the player told me he's okay. I don't really care about that, right? Like, I've done that dance before. He actually will be fine.
Another thing I'd add to that, by the way, because I agree with most of what you just said, they're at a point where the time on the practice field has become pertinent because they have not started well. Like, they're not on the same page in all these different regards based on the summer. We talked about this coming out of a Giants game that was leaky offensively and then a Packers game that wasn't sharp. And Daniels has not had the same level of accuracy that he had in a pinpoint, command and control rookie season, right? And you heard Quinn talking about Daniels and the fact that he would have to practice to play, saying, yeah, he needs the reps. We just need everybody on the same page. We need guys practicing together to go out there and play well. Well, I wonder if that's a factor in this either, or in some way also, which is to say, if Mariota gets all the reps all week, even if Daniels by Sunday's coming around to the point where, he walked through on Saturday in full, Friday he was limited but did a couple things. If Mariota got the bulk of the work like Wednesday, Thursday, when you were putting in the real stuff, the good stuff, when you were having an authentic practice and installing, might you be better off with him for that day against the Raiders than a potentially beleaguered Daniels who didn't get that time on the grass? I think that's something else that they've got to consider as well, because I just think we're at a point now where as a group, they need to start getting in sync. They do not look as a unit like everybody's on the same page, and I think it's because they've had so little time together. This week does not help in that, although I will point out this is the worst defense they've played. The Raiders give up a lot of big plays in the passing game. If you watch the Chargers Monday night game, some guys are going to run free. There's some shots to take the lid off, I think, in the passing game. And even though their numbers are pretty good stopping the run, I think a running quarterback can take advantage of them off the edges. Logan did a good breakdown on Take Command with me on this, and he feels like if Jaden were to be close to 100% and start, and he would have a big rushing game, he thought, against this Raiders defense, the way that they play things. Let's go to Drew in Graysonville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Drew?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
So I think there's really three different things in play here. One is the gamesmanship that DQ is doing to the Raiders about what's Jaden's availability, and I think that the thing he said about practicing on Friday, he's going to be listed as practice, and they're not going to know whether he's playing or not playing. But he just doesn't want the Raiders to know. As far as whether he should play or not, I think that catapult system objectively measures Jaden's performance around the baseline. So it's not going to be an eye test. He's either going to be ready or he's not, based on how close he gets to being able to do the things he can do compared to how he can't do the things he can do. And I think if he's not ready, they're not playing him. And if he is ready, they could play him. But I think your last point about is he ready this year to be playing like he was playing last year, I don't think he's been quite the same Jaden Daniels, yet that we saw last year. This is an important game. And so, if there's a gray area, I would guess that he's not playing. But if he's ready to play, he should play. And I think they're going to know that objectively. It's not going to be a guess.
I think everyone agrees if he's ready to play, he should play. The question is, what does ready mean, right? For some people, that's 100% healthy. I think that's probably overstated in some ways, kind of like a straw man thing, because a lot of guys aren't 100% in this league. But what is ready? What is healthy? What is able and capable look like as it pertains to not putting him at risk? And that's what we've got to keep defining as this week goes on. A familiar face is back in the fold. They signed Preston Smith to help replace
That's
Dietrich
right.
Wise. Feels like a really good fit for what they want to do.
Seriously, I have no idea what he has left, though, to be honest with you.
We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Kia, where, as they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Raiders on Sunday for Week 3. Back out on the practice field today, Jaden Daniels dealing with the sprained knee. He threw on the field today but didn't practice with the team. I'll know more about his status on Friday. Also for the Commanders, they placed cornerback Jonathan Jones on injured reserve with a hamstring injury and signed defensive end Preston Smith. Injuries around the league. Buffalo going to be without defensive tackle Ed Oliver and linebacker Matt Milano for their matchup tomorrow night against Miami. Chargers edge rusher Khalil Mack injured his left elbow on Monday night. He's going to be out multiple weeks, but not a season-ending injury for his elbow. The Jets ruled out quarterback Justin Fields against the Buccaneers on Sunday. Tyrod Taylor will get the start. Packers wide receiver Jaden Reed had surgery on his collarbone and his foot. He's going to be out indefinitely. In baseball, the Nationals wrapping up their 4-game series with the Braves tonight. 4:05 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He's 5-8 with a 4.21 ERA. He'll take on Hurston Waldrop, who is 4-1 with a 2.78 ERA. Nats and Braves 4:05 right here on the Fan. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Oh, it's back at the 10, and it's 3rd and 14. From the goal line, watch out! Ball is out! Picked up for the touchdown! Preston Smith recovers it!
Iconic Preston Smith play from the 2017 season, a sack fumble from Ryan Kerrigan on Dak Prescott. And then that fumble resulted in a touchdown as Smith scooped and scored. Go crazy at the time, FedEx Field.
That was
Who
a
called
blast.
that play, Danny?
Jim Nantz?
That's Jim Nantz.
Yeah.
There you go. CBS, NFL #1 crew. Speaking of which, our NFL conversation is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So the Preston Smith edition is really interesting to me. I actually think he is a dead ringer for what they're trying to do right now up front on the edge. He's kind of I don't want to say younger version because he's actually not younger at all. He's older. But he's he's similar to Dietrich Wise in a lot of ways. He's 32 years old. He's huge. He's 6'5", 265, so he's a massive person. They want an edge setter who can be tough against the run, and I think Preston Smith, if you tell him this is how we need you to commit, we need you to help us stop the run on the outside here, I think he can be that guy. For 4 years here, then 5 years in Green Bay, then a half season with the Packers last year before being traded to the Steelers at the deadline. He was able to do some of those things. He's super long. He's got length. He can keep tackles off of him. I was wondering and worried about how they're going to replace Wise. I didn't think they had the personnel to necessarily do that. But I actually think Smith gives them a much better chance than what they had in the building before that. No delusions of grandeur here. I know he had 8 sacks a couple years ago. I think whatever you get from a pass rush standpoint is probably a bonus. Mm-hmm. But I do think his size will help them. They needed that.
Yeah, here's what I don't know. I don't know what he is right now this minute. I mean, the most of the time when he was he was in Washington, then he was in Green Bay, I had a pretty good feel for it. I always felt like he was a slightly underrated player in that regard because he didn't come through with, he had one season, I think, of double-digit sacks, but I think he had 12. But for the most part, this was maybe at times boring and unsexy, little bit of a run stuffer, pretty accountable on the edge, solid all around, pretty good, but never going to be the TJ Watt headliner or Khalil Mack headliner or huge difference maker. But you could do a lot worse is kind of the point. I don't know. I didn't follow what he was doing the last couple of seasons, honestly, as closely. So it was interesting that nobody else was interested, right? I mean, didn't that surprise you at all that at this stage, a couple of weeks into a season, you could just go grab Preston Smith? It makes me a little bit dubious that this is like panacea from heaven and we've solved it.
That's a really good point. I mean, and that is the argument, I would say, against him having a big impact or being a super helpful player is, why was he available on September 17th? You've got 3 organizations that you played for going back now to the 2024 season, basically, where at some point, somewhere along the way, or I should say the 2023 season, but whether it's Green Bay or Pittsburgh most recently, someone could have said, we either want him or there's enough tape there. You play a lot of teams within the division. Somebody says, he's a useful player, we'll keep him. Now, Dan Quinn did say they've been talking about him extensively for a while. And in reaching out to his camp today and having a quick conversation, it sounds like there was a lengthy dialogue this offseason about Preston Smith. My guess is probably before they signed Wise or around that time, where they're looking for size on the edge, and he was one of the guys on their short list. Why they didn't decide on him over Wise or why they didn't bring him in with Wise, I don't know. Why he didn't have another home?
Maybe price tag, honestly? I mean,
it's possible.
Yeah.
The other thing sometimes with these guys is, like, if you're Preston Smith, maybe you're at a point in your career, it's funny because we think of him as the second-round pick that they just drafted who's a young kid, but maybe you're only going to go to a contender because you want a chance to win. Mm-hmm. Maybe you're only going to go to a place where you're actually going to play a lot at this point of your career. And that wasn't an available thing when he could have signed right before training camp, so he was like holding out for that. And now you get that opportunity, so you were just waiting for an injury and it happened. There's a lot of possible reasons, but I do agree with you. My antenna's up a little bit when you're signing a guy who, for 2 weeks of the NFL season, was not on a payroll. This was Dan Quinn at his presser today on Smith.
We've actually discussed Preston for a while. Edge, he's strong, proven pass rush ability. We like his size too, and so with Dietrich being injured, if we had another chance to add another person to that group, it seemed like the fit. And so I've followed him for a long time. I feel like it's one of those players I've known but didn't have a chance to coach and always have wanted to. And so when he was able to come in for the workout and be here, it just felt like a good fit. He saw him hanging out with Kerrigan, for them playing some years together and having that person, okay, this is what we do here, this is how it's going. I'm hopeful that Ryan can help on that onboarding process, but this is a veteran guy who will get up to speed quick. You can tell he's a bright guy, but you can tell he really worked hard to get himself in shape to be ready for the op when it came, and he had a few of them.
That's pretty cool, by the way. He was here. Kerrigan was his mentor as like the veteran player at the time.
That's neat.
Who's showing you the ropes, and now he's your position coach. So you come back, and that's about the only thing that you know. I was thinking about seeing this organization through the lens that is Preston Smith, and when you were here, what it was. They were called the Redskins. It's a different ownership group. Every person in the building in every single role is no longer here, basically.
Way more Bruce than you want.
Now you've got a real front office and general manager. You've got, obviously, a coaching staff is different. That's going to happen in a lot of buildings, right? But nothing is similar. The locker room's been completely redone. It's now gorgeous and pristine. You ain't sitting on a stool anymore at your stall, Preston. You got the big padded seats and the beautiful locker room that you've seen. All the facilities have been massively upgraded and renovated, and they poured millions into those. That old AstroTurf field is no longer out there in Ashburn. Beautiful new practice fields as well. I mean, it's all lipstick on a pig of a facility if you're comparing it to an SEC team or these big money programs in school or some of the top gorgeous facilities like Seattle's on the water in the NFL. But still, I mean, you walk in that door and you go, what team is this? It's not like you've played here before. This is an expansion team. This is an entirely different thing from the name to everything else.
Totally. And the culture of it, I know that word is people always roll their eyes, but that's the biggest thing. It's like, new coats of paint happen or new carpet happens or, a couple employees here and there are different. But the idea that this is a completely different organization than he walked out of to come back, however, what is it, like 7 years later, is pretty remarkable. But yeah, I mean, there are a couple free agent defensive ends or edge type players that were sort of lingering out there, that names that you recognize, right? And he's been, I would say, among the more productive of them. I mean, I'm surprised, frankly, they haven't called Carl Lawson, who I think played for Dan Quinn in Dallas, who hasn't been a juggernaut, but was a part-time defensive end like Dante Fowler was before, like a Dorrance Armstrong was before. That 4 or 5 sack type window, but it clearly tells you they wanted this type of player, maybe more so than a pass rusher. Well, this is the early down defender. Yeah,
it's size. It's stopping the run size, and then you get the little bonus if he rushes the quarterback. But again, 8 sacks just a couple of years ago. Like, I'm not saying if you look at his pass rush win rate or any of this stuff, it jumps off the page, because if it did, I promise you he would have had a gig. You can't be a stellar pass rusher and not get phone calls. That does not work as an edge. If you're not getting calls, if you're not on a team right now, it's because you're probably not a good bet to get to the quarterback a whole lot. But if he gives you a little bonus there and he can get home, for a team, by the way, where's your pressure coming from traditionally off the edge? We've said Von Miller's going to be their closer. He's been whisper quiet as a pass rusher, albeit not a lot of snaps. It's a very small sample. But through 2 games, has he been overly noticeable? I mean, they didn't get any pressure on Jordan Love.
None.
They had, I think, 2 statistical sacks, one of which he kind of fell down and gave himself up, and Armstrong played 2-hand touch. But other than those 2 sacks, they had 1 more play where they hit Jordan Love in the entire football game.
And that's without a lineman or 2 from Green Bay, kind of a regular group. So, yeah, that was discouraging on all fronts. That was, I mean, we talked about it from a million different angles. That was one of dozens that didn't go particularly well for Washington, but that one was a bit alarming. That group couldn't kind of go nuts right there against that offensive line. I mean, because, again, they did their job with the run stopping. You held Josh Jacobs to mid 3 yards per carry. I will take that every single time, always. It was the next phase. The whole point of this renovation of the defensive front was, can we stop the run on early downs to put us in good second and long, third and long type situations? They got that.
Yeah.
And they couldn't get home or couldn't come close.
I asked Logan this question on the new Take Command pod, which you guys should check out. Take Daniels out of the equation. Of the other injuries here, I'm not even talking Eckler and Wise because we covered that yesterday, but the smaller, shorter-term things. So we're talking Noah Brown at wide receiver, which means maybe more Chris Moore. John Bates, who might miss this game, which means elevating somebody from practice squad, and more Ben Sinnott. Who's the sneaky injury where you think they're going to miss somebody? Jonathan Jones, the corner, has been placed on injured reserve. I think not having John Bates is huge.
Bates.
Especially the way Connerly's played and the inability to hold up so far in pass pro, and with Max Crosby coming to town. I worry about not having the big de facto third tackle. I would actually dress and plan on playing Trent Scott in like a jumbo look as a quote-unquote tight end, like a 2-tackle situation where I just handcuff him to Josh Connerly a bunch whenever I'm trying to do anything down the field.
Get out of my head, Grant. Literally my answer, and that's why. Normally I'd go, yeah, he really helps in the run game, and he does. Bates is an excellent inline blocker. Every big run, you can go find Bates there somewhere, but it's because of the Max Crosby angle.
Let's get to the Rude Guest Hotline really quickly. Eric Flack's kind enough to give us a ring. He's actually covering everything going on today, but he has a couple of minute respite here to jump on with us, so we want to get the latest on this stadium deal. I don't want to say it's in peril, but it's certainly shifting all the time. So, Eric, give us what you know about some of the amendments that the D.C. City Council is trying to crowbar in at the last second, and just how upset the team is about it.
Last question first. The team is pretty perturbed, upset about all this. The main headlines are there's an ask that the team be penalized somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 to $14 million a year if they don't meet timelines that were outlined to provide affordable housing, 6,000 units. There are a number of different environmental asks, including saving a number of heritage trees that are around the site, as well as making it a LEED certified, environmentally friendly zero waste stadium. And then there's a lot of debate about that third parking garage and who gets to ultimately decide whether or not that third parking garage gets built. All of those issues have been in negotiation all day. The team did send a really angry letter saying threatening council, saying they were jeopardizing the deal. There have been discussions all day, and it looks like the majority of those issues have been worked out. But all of that still remains unclear, as they have yet to actually get to the RFK issue down here at DC Council.
So they're voting on these amendments as well as the stadium deal. The stadium deal is almost certainly going to pass because they only need 7 votes. They got 9 last time. But what do we know about whether the amendments will pass then? Because that's when the team would be furious, and now this is a deal they never agreed to.
Right. So the amendments come first, and the amendments. I've been told that the team has, and it's been very unclear, but they've worked out whatever issues there were with the environmental stuff. So whether that's in the form of an amendment that actually gets voted on and approved or not, that has been worked out. I've been told that the amendment for all this money, these penalties, is still going to go forward, but it's going to fail. If it were to pass somehow, that would become problematic because that in turn is something the team has not agreed to. So ultimately an amendment would become part of the deal that ultimately is passed and voted on. But if it's a deal that the team is not happy with, and it's a deal that the team is not obligated by DC Council to follow through with. But all indications are that after a lot of hand wringing down here, yet to be seen, but behind closed doors, a lot of these issues we think have been worked out, but nothing's official.
Where did these things come from? The last minute amendments.
Yeah, just politics being politics. One of them, the big one with the money, comes from Matthew Fruman, who voted against the deal to begin with. He's a council member out there, and he voted against it. Didn't think DC was getting a good enough deal. The environmental stuff came from I'm not sure which council members, but in a larger sense, various council members have a second opportunity here with this second vote to get various other things added into the deal. It's just the way the sausage is made down here. And so at the 11th hour, a lot of council members came and added in some things that they thought they can get jammed in. In fact, Fruman said we need to negotiate hard with this team till the last second, because that's what they would do with us. And you had council members like Brooke Pinto who said, we've already agreed to this deal. We shouldn't be changing it now. But there were people who just wanted to hold the team's feet to the fire to the 11th hour and get whatever they could out of the team while they still had the chance. And that's, I think, what ultimately angered the team. But again, I think cooler heads have prevailed, we think.
All right, so it sounds like maybe some progress is being made. Before we let you go, give us the final timeline here today. I know it's their first day back in session, so there's a million different things they're voting on. Only a couple that, for the sake of this show and the Commanders conversation, that people are locked in on. But when are the amendments supposed to be voted on in the stadium deal, or do we not have a timeline?
It all happens in one big kit and caboodle, and it should happen in about an hour. So the hope is by the time we go on Channel 9 at 5, 6 o'clock that we have a stadium deal. But they're working through another big rental issue right now. Stadium deal is up next. So hopefully, I would say by the time you guys go off the air, we have a deal for a new stadium for the Washington Commanders.
And then agree or disagree then with my theory that the stadium deal, whether it passes or not, the only thing that matters is do any of these amendments that the team doesn't like pass or not.
Yeah, and again, I don't even think we're going to get there. The whatever passes, the stadium deal, the amendments become part of the deal if they pass. So they're not like a separate deal. So if the amendments become part of the deal, and then if it's something the team didn't like, then they can pass a deal that the team won't agree to all they want. But yes, you're
saying
right.
That's unlikely to happen because cooler heads will prevail, and the council will say we can't pass
they're
this.
Not going to. The one that was really a non. Well, there was a couple that were introduced by Trayon White that, quite honestly, didn't even make sense and weren't really rooted in the way the world works. So those were non-starters. But the one that did have potential, this one about penalizing the team, that one is going to be introduced, but as of now, we're told doesn't have the votes to pass. That's the one that could hold up the deal. If somehow the amendment to penalize them $10 to $14 million a year for not meeting benchmarks to build affordable housing on the timeline that is already laid out, if that were to pass, then it becomes problematic. But it does become part of the deal that ultimately the DC Council would have to approve.
Eric, thanks for the time, buddy. We appreciate it. Have a run, and I know you do too. Thank you.
But
he's the best. Eric Flack. Check him out on WUSA TV 9 on the news this evening. He'll have the latest. Mackenzie Gore of the Nationals is going to be joining us in just a couple of minutes right here on 106.7 The Fan.
Greetings, folks. It's Grant Nana here for our pals at Window Nation. The end of summer, it is nigh here in our area, and your AC is probably working overtime just trying to keep your home cool and comfortable. So what do you do to make a difference? You can replace those old or builder grade windows with new ones from Window Nation, just like I did a couple of years ago. This month only, schedule a consult and get 50% off all style windows. Plus, you could even get them with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for 2 full years.
We both love Window Nation. Multiple homes over the years for both of us. They've taken good care of us, beautifying our houses, lowering our bills. They have over 1,500 styles and colors. You're going to get windows you want to protect and beautify your home. A-plus rating, Better Business Bureau, over 3 million windows installed. You can trust Window Nation for quality and service.
Hurry and do what we did, as Grant said. This 50% off all Windows sale is going to end soon, so please do not miss out. Schedule your estimate right now at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, Commanders getting set for the Raiders back out on the practice field today. Jaden Daniels still dealing with the sprained knee. He threw on the field today, but we'll know more about his status on Friday, according to head coach Dan Quinn. Also for the Commanders, they placed cornerback Jonathan Jones on injured reserve with a hamstring injury and signed veteran defensive end Preston Smith, former Redskin. Baseball, Nationals taking on the Braves. Pregame going to get underway in just a couple of minutes. 4:05 first pitch. Can do the game right here on The Fan. Brad Lord takes the hill for the Nationals. He'll take on Hurston Waldrop of the Braves, wrapping up the 4-game set. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny. Down the stretch we come. Nats baseball coming your way pregame, and then first pitch. Pregame's about 8 minutes out. Mackenzie Gore is on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Our segments with him every week on the show are presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Put their team in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com for more information. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Mackenzie, last night was a slog. I mean, you pitched really well, 5 2/3 scoreless innings, but it was cold, it was wet, it was windy. There weren't a lot of people in the stands. Kind of a bring your own energy night, huh?
Yeah, I mean, kind of like you said, bring some energy. I mean, it's still a big league game, so there's a lot on the line, and you're playing a really good lineup, and Chris Sell's pitching, so you have a good idea of what the game's going to be like. But yeah, strange 2-hour delay and raining at the end of the year, so it's kind of weird going in, but it's still a big league game, so you got a lot of adrenaline, and there's some things you have to do, so you pitch well, and I was able to do that for the most part.
On a night where you're pitching like last night, I'm sure the answer is different, so tell us what you were doing during the 2-hour delay last night. But on a non-pitch night, what are you doing during a delay of 2 hours? That's a long time.
On a non-pitch night, a whole lot of nothing. Just kind of hanging out, wondering if we're going to play or not. It's kind of what you do. You end up eating a lot, just sitting around, and the rain delays are pretty boring, though. They're pretty boring.
So, but for last night, when did you know there was going to be a delay, and how does that affect your routine? I imagine one of the harder things, kind of underrated, would be getting up, getting ready, and then, nope, hold off, and now we got to ramp that process back up again. When did you know, and how does that affect your routine?
It wasn't like a final word or hey, we are going to be in a delay until probably a little after 6. I knew that they needed 45 minutes after they took the tarp off, so I knew I would have some time whenever that was. But it's kind of weird because when you start, you're pretty locked in all day, and you kind of have to turn it off for a little bit once you've learned that there's going to be an hour or so that you have to wait, just because if you're trying to focus for that long, you'll be exhausted. So you kind of turn it off, stay loose, and then when you have an idea of when the game's going to start, you kind of lock it back in and get ready to go.
You were dealing there pretty much all night on a tough night for all hitters, for both lineups. You guys both, you matching Chris Sale pitch for pitch. How did you feel when you came out of the game, and did you feel like you could have gone more?
Yeah, I mean, we knew going in there was going to be at 90, just coming off. We went 78 last time, coming off the IL, and so 90 was the number. And so I knew that was probably going to be enough, and I kind of settled in. The rain kind of stopped in the 3rd inning or so. And I think we both kind of settled in, and I got rolling there after the 1st, and I felt good. My body's recovered well after taking 2 weeks off, and I think the stuff was probably a little better last night than it was the start before, which was kind of expected. So,
does that mean in your next start you can be back to 100, 105 pitches, or do you stay at 90 now? What's kind of the timeline?
Yeah, I should be full go next start. I mean, what that ends up being pitch count wise, you never don't really know going in. But I will be full go. There'll be no hard pitch count or anything going into the next one. So.
How does the night where you mentioned it was raining, it was sprinkled on throughout, then there were times it was coming down even harder. How does that affect you on the mound in terms of grip and feel and everything? Do you have to tweak anything?
Yeah, when it's wet, it's tough. The mound gets wet. Obviously, everybody has to deal with this, and I do have a long stride, so that's usually interesting to deal with in the rain. You might say sometimes you got to shorten the stride a little bit, and then the ball gets wet. But I mean, you can get a new ball pretty easy. So just understanding that it's going to be wet out there, and maybe shorten the stride a little bit and get the foot down a little earlier, just so we don't slip.
Nats ace, left-hander Mackenzie Gore is with us on Grant and Danny. Mac, I know you're not overly involved in monitoring all of this. All right, I get that. But I am just curious, as a guy who's one of the veterans and leaders in the clubhouse, that you guys are ongoing with your GM search right now. That they're going to be a new executive running the show potentially this offseason and maybe a new manager. I'm just wondering what you kind of hope the future looks like for this team. And if you have any thoughts going into the offseason here of what this thing could and should look like moving forward in terms of bringing pieces in and getting active again as someone who's a mainstay and an important piece to this whole thing.
Yeah, I think everything starts from the top, so I think that's very important going into the off season. I'm sure they're going to hire whoever they think the best fit is. As a player, I just want to get the most out of everybody in the clubhouse, and I think that starts from the front office. And I think that's something we haven't necessarily done the past few years. We've had guys have good years. I'm not saying that, but we just we haven't won enough games, and it's been frustrating, but we do have some really exciting players. James, CJ, Dylan. Dalen's had a really nice rookie year, and there's some other pieces I'm leaving out. But we've got some guys that can play, and we just want to get the most out of this group. I think that's what the best teams do. No matter how much the player's making, they get the most out of that player. And I think that's something we have to figure out how to do here.
Yeah, maximizing potential, right? Like, if everyone reaches their ceiling, it's a different-looking ball club. Is there something specific? Is that a front office thing or a coaching thing? Like, how do you guys actually do that?
I'm not sure what the answer is. I do know that, unfortunately, we didn't win enough games this year. And a lot of that is on the players. We are the ones out there. But we just got to figure out a way as a group to just be a little better. I wish I knew the answer, but I get paid to try to get people out, not to figure out what that answer is. So, but I do think that's something we need to do as a group, and it's on the players, but I think it's everybody. It's the whole organization. So.
How has Sean Doolittle been able to work with you? A guy that, most of the Nats fans remember pitching, it seems like 5-10 minutes ago. Now he's got like a pen in his hat, and he's, Mr. Calming Presence on the mound, covering his mouth, letting no one know what he's saying. What's it like been working with him?
Yeah, me and Dude kind of built a great relationship. And it's been cool with him too, because he's kind of learning the coaching side as he's, going into this year. It seemed like he did a great job last year, and he was even better this year. I've really enjoyed working with him. He's helped me a lot. I think he's, a big part of the reason I've been able to make strides and continue to get better. So he's been great to have around, and he's really smart. And I think he's kind of the same way. He's going to continue to get better as a coach, and he seems like he really enjoys it.
Mackenzie Gore, ace of the Nationals on Grant and Danny. Mackenzie, we appreciate it, brother. Finish the season strong and look forward to catching up next week.
All right, will do.
That was the leadoff, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Big thanks to Mackenzie Gore, presented by Main Street Bank, all season long, every week, right here on Grant and Danny. Cheer local, bank local. Put their team in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com for more information. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Tomorrow on the show, we've got a major announcement. We're excited to tell you about something the show is going to be doing this season that is awesome. You'll want to keep it glued to 106.7 The Fan tomorrow for that announcement. Thanks to Darius, Ryan, and Toby behind the scenes. Grant and Danny saying so long. Nats pregame is up next. Tomorrow, a real-life, full radio show. We promise.
We can do it.
4.5 hours. It's going to happen.
Sounds like a long time.
So long. But the Nationals are not playing a day game, which is unbelievable. And tomorrow, we'll be with you from 2 to 6:30 on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Baseball is back in Washington, D.C.
Here's the pitch, and the flashbulbs go off. It's in there.